was 64 years old and has died. You know, this is the moment when Sam would know exactly what to say.
Yes.
These are the kinds of stories that he excelled in and could say the right things about someone and put someone's life in perspective.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you for reading that.
Yeah. But you can imagine, I know you guys have been on the air, but the newsroom, the station is filled with great sadness.
Yeah.
And just a shock to all of us, because he was here yesterday with us.
Yeah.
And then called in sick. And then we learned the news this afternoon. So we're not really sure what the circumstances are. We're having to report this story as a story. And our newsroom is now trying to get the details of this horrific story that touches us so closely. But that's what we know at this point, is that Sammy is gone.
And as we all know, that's where he sits,
Yeah.
where you're sitting.
Yeah.
So, and bringing so much laughter and
Yeah.
smarts
Yeah.
and joy.
No one could
and
do it like Sam.
insight.
Yeah.
Sam was
Yeah.
so good. He was truly just off the cuff, an incredible broadcaster,
Yeah.
and could reach out to people and talk to them in a way that I think a lot of people try to emulate and wish they could.
The Sam that you saw on the air here is the Sam that was off the air. And, you know, for those who might speculate that he had some sort of a secret life and that this was a death that occurred in that's not,
Yeah.
that's not our Sam Rubin. Sam lived life to the fullest,
Yes, he did.
and but he was not someone who would ever touch a drug, or barely touched a drink.
Right.
And we don't know what exactly happened, but we know that it was sudden, because he was here yesterday at this, you know, not just over 24 hours ago. We were sitting with him right here on this set.
And Frank, you know, you touched on his role as husband and dad as well.
Yeah.
And if Leslie's watching, we're totally with you right now.
Yeah.
Sam would go camping for days. He hated camping.
Yeah.
He would go camping with
With the
his
Scouts.
children,
Yeah.
with the Scouts. He would
Totally.
ride a bike for 2 days to raise money
Right.
for MS.
Yeah.
Like he gave back to the community, and he was just always positive. And here late a lot too.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know.
I want to bring in Eric Spillman, maybe his closest friend on the staff here. Spilly?
I just can't believe that we're reporting this. I mean, it is such a shock. And you're so right, Frank. I mean, he always came up with the right words whenever a famous person passed away. He had the most touching and moving obituaries that he would write, put their lives in perspective in such a way that was truly a talent, one of so many talents that he had. And now we're in the position of having to talk about his career and his life, and give it some perspective and give it the dignity that he deserves. And I'm at a loss for words. It's just hard to, personally, he was one of my best friends. I mean, we worked together every day for 33 years. It's like 33 years almost to the date that the KTLA Morning News started. And from the beginning, you just knew he was a huge talent. He started off on the morning news. I mean, the show had been on the air a few months, and he came in, or he watched it. He was watching the morning news, and he realized that, you know, it needed an entertainment reporter. And
Yeah, he thought he could
called
do
up
it
the
better.
producers. He did. And he was right. We did need an entertainment reporter. And he called up and he convinced the producer at the time to give him a shot. And he came in maybe once or twice a week at the beginning. And then quickly, you know, he was such an important part of the program. I mean, of the 44 minutes that we do every hour, I mean, Sam probably is responsible for about half of that time. And, you know, his genius, there's so many ways that he's so talented. I mean, he could talk about anything. He was great covering entertainment. You know, he would sit on a red carpet everybody walked by, and he would know exactly who they were and what their latest projects were. I mean, it was a remarkable talent that he had, and to keep a broadcast going, a live broadcast going, he always knew exactly what the right thing was to say.
Well, and he
Even-
could, to that point, Eric. Yes, he was with us, and this was his main program. But he also did Australian TV. He did British TV, and he could, on a dime, pivot because he was so well read. He was just so knowledgeable about pop culture and what was going on out there. He couldn't sing or dance or anything like that, but he knew what was going on out there, and could, in an instant, you could ask him about anything, and he would just know, have something to say about it. Now, I didn't always agree with everything he said, and often we thought that he was being ridiculous, but he was such an energetic, genuine, authentic human being, and was so meaningful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he had a remarkable sense of humor, just an amazing ability to make people laugh, whether it was, in the stories that he wrote, and he wrote every single story that he read on the air himself. He'd go back to his computer and hammer it out. He
Yeah.
wasn't a very good typist.
No, he did the
just
single
used
the
two
peck.
fingers to type. But he wrote everything that came out of his mouth, and a lot of the stuff he didn't write. It just was off the cuff. It was ad lib. There was nobody better at ad libbing than he was. And you know what? Once there was an earthquake in the middle of the day, and nobody was at the station but me and Sam, and Sam covered that earthquake, a news story, extremely well. I mean, he was good at everything. I mean, he was literally excellent at everything he tried. He was born to be a broadcaster.
He sure was.
And he was the best broadcaster for entertainment that there is. There's just nobody who compares with him. Not even close. And that's why he was on Australian TV and British TV. And whenever anything happened, people would call him because he was an encyclopedia.
He was.
He had all the knowledge and the history, and he remembered so many things. He was so sharp.
Well, people
I
don't
mean, it was
realize
scary.
how talented he was. His ability to and to also make it entertaining. Often the things that would lead his entertainment report had nothing to do with the entertainment report.
Yes.
And much to the chagrin of his producers and folks who would put some of the segments together. You guys don't know this at home, but there would be a script up there that he would completely ignore.
Yes.
And when he would start, we would be talking about, whatever the topic is, someone's dry cleaning. And he would take that nugget and start with a conversation about dry cleaning that brought you at home into our family.
Yeah.
And he did that in scripts as well with us when we were on set or if we were to fill in. He would include you in there, like because you mountain bike.
Last week he took Lou because Lou posted a video of her falling in the pool.
Oh, that's right.
And he brought Lou out
Oh,
onto the
that's
set
right.
and he spoke to you about it.
That's
and,
right. And
was
people
great.
don't think some people don't think to do that. And he's like, where's Lou?
Yeah.
And everyone's screaming like,
Yes.
come to, and I'm like,
Yes.
it's not my show yet.
Right.
And they're like, we don't care.
Yeah.
And I came in and he just wanted to know.
Yeah.
He thought it was funny or cute and then he said happy birthday to Courtney Friel. Like
Right.
he just,
You had been at her birthday
At her
party,
birthday party.
and fell into the pool.
yeah,
off
well, I didn't pull in the pool. My
Well,
mouth
that's how we
deflated, but
told
it. Those are the comfortable moments, and not only as a professional for him to be able to ad lib that and be able to bring me up and talk about it, but as a man, he was a good man.
He sure was.
You just knew he was a good man. He had a beautiful heart,
Yeah.
and you guys say he was really
He
smart.
loved being a dad.
Yes,
loved
and you
being a
knew
dad.
it, and you
Really
knew
did.
it.
Yeah.
Eric, take us back. You mentioned that you've known him for over 30 years. We know the Sam, like I've been here, I've known him for like maybe 18, 19. What was he like 30 years ago? What was the young
He
Sam
had
like?
this kind of impish sense of humor always, and irreverent, always irreverent, skeptical of authority figures in a way that made you like one of the co-conspirators with him. He brought everybody in on the joke. And one of the great things that he did was he took you behind the scenes of what was happening at the TV station.
Yes.
No detail, no little thing about what was happening at work was too small for him to make the lead story of his segment.
Well, in fact, to that end, Eric, as you know, we would often have to say, not for air. Because we would sometimes reveal something that was very personal, and he would immediately, it would come out of my mouth and go out of his onto the air, or all of us experienced that. And so we would learn to say, not for air. And so then he wouldn't. And by the way, when you said not for air, he respected that.
Yes, he did.
He did respect that.
Yes, he honored and respected that. Spilly, you've known him forever. One of the things that you have done forever with him is the MS Beta Bay bike ride.
Oh my God!
Tell me about his passion about that.
I mean, he must have gone on that ride for 25 years, and he just kept telling me what a great thing it was. You start in Irvine and you ride a bike from Irvine to San Diego. It's 100 miles, and he was passionate about this charity. I don't even think he really, at the beginning, knew a whole lot about MS, but of course over the years.
All right, I think we've lost Eric, but I can say that every year Sam led the KTLA team on this ride to raise money and awareness for MS. We have on the phone right now, Spilly, I'm sorry we lost you, but one of the originals of the KTLA 5 Morning News, Carlos Amezcua. Carlos, my friend, it's a horrible day.
Hi, you two. I think this has got to be one of the hardest news I've ever had to hear. We all think of us as being young people. We don't think of ourselves as being near death or having something like this happen. I just completely unprepared.
Yeah. Tell me about your friend, your friend Sam Rubin. Let's start there.
Well, I mean, what can you say about a guy who really made a huge difference in what we were doing professionally? I mean, when we first met him, Barbara and I auditioned him to come on and talk about Hollywood, and he just was just so good at what he did and knew the town so well. And Barbara had come from Florida, and I had come from Denver. I was working in Denver at the time, even though I'm a Southern California, and I was working in Denver at the time. And then Mark came from Canada, from some far off land in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia somewhere, and the three of us had no clue what LA was all about. None, zero. We just knew it was a big city and Hollywood was here. And when Sam came on board a couple months later, he connected us to the city in a way that is really immeasurable. He knew everybody. He knew all about the town. He had such passion, and his playfulness and his, he always had sort of a, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know.
He was just childlike in many ways, that's for sure, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he had that childlike love and passion, and to your point about Los Angeles, he loved to talk about his favorite taco places, or going to uni, or he claimed to have invented the way the proper way to eat a cupcake.
That's right.
And we just laughed every morning with him, every day.
Well, I mean, every single day was a joy, and there was great chemistry between us, and he was so full of stories that I think he was at his best when we challenged him on his nonsense and made him justify his actions, like breaking into Channel 2 with a camera and going live from Channel 2 and then breaking into Channel 9. And I mean, he was just always up to stuff that we would never in a million years think of. And then I have to hand it to him, because we covered the earthquake and the fires, and Sam was out there. He was out there covering the news like a good journalist would cover the news, my God, I love the guy so much. It's hard for me to even talk about it.
Yeah, it is. Carlos, I want to thank you for spending some time with us.
Sure.
You guys started this thing, and we appreciate you. Another guy who started this thing with Carlos and Barbara Beck and Eric Spillman and Gail Anderson is jumping on the phone with us in a second. A guy I spend every morning with, just down the table there, Mark Kriske, and we're going to get his thoughts. I've checked in with Jessica, and she is having a tough time.
Yeah.
And I don't know that she'll be able to join us, but Mark is getting on the phone with us, and we're going to talk to him in a second. But
To that
Yes.
point, Jessica, we're having a hard time. It was hard to do the weather earlier. You go into a newsroom, you don't see what the people we spend time with off the camera, but it is dark and it is just horrible out there. People loved him so much, and the tears are flowing here at KTLA today. So I just want everybody to know that he affected you, he touched your lives, he touched all of our lives, and he is going to be sorely missed.
yeah.
Yes, he
All right. Mark Kriske's on the line with us. Mark, you and I have chatted a little bit today about this, but we were both, when I got the call, I said, it can't be.
Yeah.
And I know you had a similar reaction.
Can't be similar. It can't be. This is the guy who we used to defy when he went, especially on those MS bike rides. And we go, oh, come on. He was the fittest guy in the state. He had legs, and he was the fittest guy. But never mind the fittest. Everybody in Hollywood knows Sam Rubin. When we have tapes of Tom Hanks going, oh, Sam Rubin, Skycam 5, and that kind of stuff, and everybody loves him. But the main thing is, he was my friend. He was my, we didn't have to go out to dinner. We didn't have to, socialize. He was just, just true. So, as a matter of fact, he introduced me to my third wife, Samantha Lewis, and he always, said, "Hey, I'm a great matchmaker," and he made the match. The rest was on my own.
How'd that work out?
Yeah.
No, I don't mean
No,
that.
but that's not his. No, but Sam was, the wonderful thing about Sam is he always thought big and dreamt bigger.
Yes.
And Frank, you and I know just even recently, they were talking about our green room and what we can do to step it up.
This is just this week. Just this week.
This week. This is how Sam thought.
There were some
cream in the green room. We haven't got, we got a toaster from a child from a different jump.
Mark, let me tell the story so that people get the full context. Our green room is beautiful,
Yes.
as you know, but it's not full of amenities. And so we have, some nice bagels and cream cheese. We had some station officials looking at the green room to how best to spruce it up. And he said, what would be great is if we had an attendant. and he was serious. We kept talking about it the rest of the week. Like, here's why we should have an attendant.
Okay.
When I do Australian TV, they have an attendant. When I do British TV, there's an attendant. And he described the woman in England who comes out in a smock and offers you, avocado toast. And,
Right.
like, what do you think you work? We're at KTLA. We're never going to get an attendant. You can't even get cream for the coffee. So, but that was, Mark, to your point, that was Sam.
That's Sam,
Yeah.
and that's Sam. And the one thing he taught all of us and a lot of people when in the junket circle was never, because a lot of people want to come on and, of course, to talk about their movie or if they're selling a product and that. So I was like, don't talk to them about that.
Yeah.
Talk to them about everything else. And then at the end, let them plug their movie. And
Yes.
that's what Sam did. That's what we all did.
His rule was don't talk about the movie at the junket, which of course drove publicists crazy.
Right.
Mark, you mentioned the Tom Hanks thing. If people haven't seen it, let's roll the tape so that people see how the big stars knew Sam Rubin.
Well, if it isn't the man who owns Skycopter 5, the helicopter, the eye of Channel 5, KTLA, Sam Rubin, ladies and gentlemen. A man with his finger on the pulse. Put your finger on the pulse.
All right.
On the pulse of show business. Oh, yes. He's got the lifeblood of Hollywood coursing through his veins, honey. How are you, sir?
Very well. Good to see you.
Great to see you.
We refer to your husband as morning news viewer Tom Hanks. With morning news viewer Tom Hanks. Is that the, forget all these awards, is that the best accolade?
Yes, it is, absolutely. And he's been that for a long time.
It's on mute till your minute comes up. Then it's right up to 47 on the volume knob.
You were wonderfully eloquent at the Golden Globes. That was just so fantastic. That was a great.
you.
Do you feel Robert De Niro feels that breathing on his neck tonight?
No, I don't think so. I had time to plan, and I also was a somnambulist due to my cold medication. I'm not sure what I said, but people have said I didn't embarrass myself, so I'm ahead of the game. I think our brothers and sisters in the One Screen Actors Guild Federation are not pushovers. You know, this is not a press event. This is not critics who get together and vote about it. This is the people who are the professional pursuers of the dream of being able to perform. So I think as far as the awards on a night like this, it's literally pick 'em. Anything can happen.
I think the eruption tonight is if Parasite wins Best Ensemble Cast.
That is, without a doubt, a very
Great performances.
And I remember, oh great Swami of the business of show, that you said when I was on our program, you said 3D ain't gonna last.
The current state of movies is bleak, and that 2011 has featured a slew of bad movies and bad movies in 3D.
And who was right there, Sam Rubin? You were. 3D exists, but not in the way not the altering aspect of the way it was supposed to happen. Listen to this man. If you want AccuWeather, well, listen to that weather guy. But if you want the lifeblood of the business of show, let's spell it out. S-A-M-R-U-B. It's Sam Rubin, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Wow.
How about that?
I mean, that says it.
How about that? And speaking of the weather guy, I think he was talking about you, Mark.
Yeah.
The thing was, Sam did, you know, people would come in here and he was always kind enough to introduce us, you know, to Tom Hanks, or that's Mark and Jessica. And he would say, Mark's from Canada, Jessica's from Florida, and Frank's from down the street. And, you know, and he would make sure to include us all.
Good.
Because honestly, most of these celebrities, the big ones, had no idea who we were.
Yeah, right.
But they knew who Sam Rubin was.
Yes.
But Mark, any final words before we press on here, my friend?
You know, never mind what he does in the TV industry and in the Hollywood and, you know, that's sort of, you know, our business industry. I love the man dearly, and I'm going to tear up now. But I love, he was just so genuine. And the Sam you saw on TV was Sam in our hearts and our lives.
Yeah.
God damn it, you know, no, it's too early for him to go. It's weird, but
All right, Mark, we're starting to lose your signal, but your sentiment is coming through, my friend. And
can you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I kept on saying about, you know, the doom and gloom and that kind of stuff this morning, and you know, just for some reason, the sun didn't shine as bright this morning,
Yeah.
and the stars won't twinkle as bright tonight. We lost it. Fuck, I love them. Love them.
All right, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank you for spending time with us and for sharing. And we're lining up another one of the originals from the morning news. People may remember Jennifer York, who
Yes.
was in the helicopter and was often talking to Mark. And Jennifer, I appreciate you spending time. I believe you retired this week from KNX.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, my last day was today. I was going to go ahead and become a therapist. And Sam apparently had sent something in, I think Wednesday, and they played it just, I don't know, an hour ago.
Mm.
And I was so touched by it because Sam and I had this really weird quirkiness about, he would always go on these, interviews with these celebs, and a couple of times they would ask about me, which was kind of weird, and then he would be so funny because he'd get them to like sign autographs for me, and I didn't know them from a hole in the wall, but he was just so thoughtful. He'd be like, "Can you sign this for her?" And I'm like, "I never asked him to sign this for me," so he would just rub it in, And the last time I spoke to him face to face was just at Warren Holman's funeral, and we sat next to each other, afterwards, and we were just talking all about our kids and what we've been through over these years. And I was like, "Sam, you're still going for it." And he's like, "Well, so are you." And we were comparing who got up earlier in the morning and all. I'm like, 3 a.m. He's like, "God, I'm not up that early." And it's KTLA had this way. I mean, there were quite a few this morning that spoke about me, even though I haven't seen a lot of them. But like we had this bond. Like Carlos was just on it, Mark was just on it, and there's something about KTLA that I will never forget. The friendships we made. That was actually one of my first jobs. Well, it was my first job on camera and television. And Sam would always make me feel so welcome and so important when I was just this nothing little thing flying around in a helicopter. But he'd always bring me into conversations. He would invite me to his parties for Christmas, and there's just no one like him. I can't believe we just had him on our air this morning, like within hours. I'm honestly, I'm in shock. I think I'm rambling because I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Jennifer, we appreciate it. It is a difficult time for all of us, and I do appreciate, especially on such a momentous day for you and your career, that you're spending time with us to talk about Sam.
Yes, well, thank you. Thank you. I'm hugging you all. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Jennifer.
You got Mindy Bourbano coming on in a second as well, who's also frequently covered entertainment with Sam, filled in for Sam. He loved her to death.
Yeah.
And Mindy's going to join us here in a second.
Sam and I were talking earlier, just when Sam is in the makeup room, you know, and how present he is, and like you had a great fun story.
And I just want to reiterate what Jennifer said. Obviously, I've known Sam not nearly as long as you all, but when I came here, he was immediately kind, very funny, a little self-deprecating, which makes you feel a little okay to be that way. And he wasn't dismissive of the young generation at KTLA. He was very active in the web show I used to do, KTLA 5 Live, and always stopped in with a microphone with something to say. And he didn't treat you like a nobody in the newsroom. He made everyone feel so special. And I feel what Jennifer was saying about her experience with Sam in the same way. Yeah, just a kind, he was, you know, he's such a kind soul. Yes.
You know, for all the fun that we would do, and just a kind-hearted human being.
Yeah.
Mindy, you with us now? Is Mindy there?
Hi.
Hey.
Yes. Hi.
I was hoping to hear from you because he loved you so much.
And I love Sam. My heart is broken right now. It's hard to imagine a world without Sam.
Yeah.
Hard to imagine the anchor desk without Sam and mornings without Sam. I mean, I had a good long 6 years with him morning and night. We overlapped, but we so often worked side by side on the red carpet. And Sam was, as said before, he was kind, he was supportive, he was inclusive. He knew so darn much about so many people. And he had a memory that just could remember so many details. I was always in awe of Sam. And, when I grew up, I wanted to be Sam in some ways because, he was the quintessential entertainment god in Hollywood and across the nation. I mean, I would be across the world and people would know because they streamed across the world and they knew Sam Rubin. Sam Rubin's name was worldwide. But when I came on, he wrapped his arms around me and gave me a really nice seat next to him and was very supportive of my nighttime reports and was grateful when I would fill in. And when we were on the red carpet, there was no lack of banter and jokes and poking at one another and self-deprecating humor. And Sam was always good for that. And I feel like our collective heartbeat has skipped a beat without Sam in it. And the Hollywood sign burns a little dimmer today because Sam made it shine so bright. I'm sad.
It's just so hard to believe. because we were, you know, he's so full of life and so ready for anything.
Yes.
And
Ready for anything.
right? I mean,
He was up for anything, and he was always trying to get me to do stuff that I probably shouldn't be doing. He was a little bit of a prankster too. So
Yeah, he loved the
it was
skits.
always like, Mindy,
you know,
do
he
this.
was always
Say this
wanting
on the
people
air.
to do the skits.
say this on the air.
Oh yeah, do this, Mindy. Mindy, say this on the air, and afterwards, it'd be like, "Why did you say that?" I'm like, "Well, Sam told me I could," and then I'd get in trouble. So it was always Sam, like trying to put me out there, trying. But it was always an honor to fill in that seat when I was next to, you know, when he was out. And I know that whenever he and my husband also had a nice dialogue a lot about business, and they would talk offline, and we ran into him and said, and we'd see him after all the time. And what he glowed most about, he loved his job. He did it with such pride, and he loved that job so much. But he loved his kids and his family. He loved being a dad. Like the pride in his eyes when he talked about his kids. It was like he won the Oscar when it came to his family. And he gets an Oscar in my heart for all that he's given to this world in the entertainment industry. So I'm really sorry about this news. I'm sorry you guys are sitting there with that emptiness.
No, you're right, and he was driven by his family, and your thought, Mindy, about Sam talking to Glenn about business, and he would love to talk about business with anyone who is successful in business, because he wanted to figure out how to do that too. You know, hey, I'm doing really well here, but this is just this.
Yeah.
How do you do what you do, and how can I do that, and how can I make that money?
He was voraciously hungry for information and success. I mean, I am very sad that Sam is, he might have some joke about now I'm going to be on TMZ. You know, now Sam is the lead story, and I'm so sad that's why, but there is something about Sam that he will forever be a star in all of our eyes.
Yeah.
So, thank you guys for calling.
Well, Mindy, we appreciate
We
you.
appreciate you, yeah.
Thanks for spending some time with us.
I'm sending you all a big virtual hug because I know that family
Thank
is
you.
tight, and
Right
I will
back
forever
at
be
you.
part.
Right back
Feel
at
it.
you.
All right, I love you guys.
Love you
and
too.
God bless you.
Maybe it feels like maybe it's just me. It feels like we're waiting for Sam
Yeah.
To come out and
to do the big news.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
we're waiting to see
true.
like what he's working on for the big announcement.
Yeah.
And like I said, I know my time with him is a lot shorter than you all, but he was so overly kind. And what you mentioned about the break room and his kids, he joked about that big camping trip. And he's like, I know you like to go camping, Sam. I'm never going to use this again. He's like, it's REI. It's real good stuff. You can have it. Oh, yeah. He was so funny. He's like, I know I'm never going to camp again. But I think he did go on the camping trip the following year. So good thing he didn't give it up.
His son Colby is a big scout, and he spent so much time with him.
Oh, so proud.
So proud.
In the wilderness.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm so glad they had that time together.
You know, Mindy talked about like laughing and having fun. He loved doing the skits too. He always wanted people to we haven't left the set today since we found out, so I haven't been in the newsroom. But if you think about like his entertainment team too, Grace and people that work with him every single day, detailed, and I'm sure he drove you guys crazy. And he's got young men and women who are working in the entertainment department with him, and I'm sure he taught you guys so much. But he just loved teaching it too. You know, like teaching what he was doing, but he involved them as well. So I know the entertainment department is really having a hard time today here at KTLA.
They are.
Yeah, he was a great mentor.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
When I first got here, I'll never forget, I was in the weather room. We used to in our older building, and he was on the air with you saying, hey, we've got this new weather guy coming, and he comes from Channel 2. And anyway, long story short, I was nervous, scared to death, because this is the big Sam Rubin talking about me. I couldn't believe it. He couldn't have been sweeter when I first met him. He was just so welcoming, and he made me feel just so proud to be here.
Yeah. Another member of our family on the phone with us right now, the guy who follows us in the mornings with you, Lou, Glenn Walker. Glenn, I know you were not in today, but you've heard the news, and I just want to get your thoughts.
Well, obviously shocked, I think, like everybody else. You know, my wife and I are in Nashville, and we were actually out to lunch with our son who's getting engaged tonight. And, you know, somebody from his office who's from Los Angeles called Jody and said, hey, did you hear about Sam Rubin? I was like, what are you talking about? And, you know, so, you know, we started checking around, and after lunch, you know, we came back to the hotel, and I've been watching you guys, you know, on my phone, and just totally stunned. I mean, he was such an iconic figure in Los Angeles and Hollywood, and especially at our station. I remember when I started at KTLA in 2010, I was like so impressed. I didn't realize how big of a department he had built. You know, entertainment is such a big part of our news department, and it was very impressive. And I was going, wow, you know, he kind of built that all by himself. Because I remember him telling me one time that when the morning show started, you know, he wasn't part of it for a couple of months. He said that he would he'd keep calling into the news director and giving him like, hey, you know, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. And the guy kind of said, dude, why don't you just come in and do it? And that's kind of how it started with him. He kind of worked his way into the door, and he built this iconic entertainment empire within KTLA that was just, I mean, and like I said, everybody in town knows him, as you guys have said. I mean, all of Hollywood, they all know him. They all love him. I mean, he was the guy. He was the guy, the entertainment reporter in Los Angeles and in Hollywood. And it's just, I just can't, it's just hard to imagine he's gone.
Yeah, it is. And that's how, you know, I think the emotion you're feeling, Glenn, is how it's creeping up on all of us, because it is so hard to believe that this fellow that we worked with, who's so full of life, who's sitting with us day after day, was sitting here right in this seat yesterday morning, he's gone. And it's just hard for us to process. As Kai was saying, and Lou and Samantha, the newsroom is in tears right now, while we're also trying to report this story that is so close to home for us. So yes, a lot of emotion amongst all of us, and it's a natural emotion. But we are trying to also, as we process our emotion, remember what a lovely fellow he was.
Oh, you know, he was the best. I mean, you know, he would. You know, my son here in Nashville, he's a country music agent, and, you know, Chase Rice would come on, and I'd say, hey, that's my son's client, and he would go out of his way to be sure to mention that, you know, and kind of make it part of the interview with Chase, which you don't know how much you appreciate, you know, hearing that, especially about one of your kids. And, you know, he would just, that's part of what made him Sam, you know, and you know, for me personally, when I wake up in the morning, he does that last entertainment hit at the end of the early morning show. And I know at that time I'm laying in bed, I hear Sam, I go, okay, it's time for me to get out of bed and get my day going and get into the office. And you know, actually a couple of months ago, my wife and I were at the drugstore in Woodland Hills, right on the border of Calabasas. And Sam was in the drugstore, and we sat there talking for about 45 minutes. And the people would walk by, hey, Sam, I watch you every morning. Hey, Sam. It was like, I mean, it wasn't just the people in the entertainment business. It was the viewers. I mean, the people in L.A., I mean, they all know him.
Yeah. No, he was the best. Glenn, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for calling in on such a big day in your personal life. Thank you.
Yeah, it's killing me I'm not there, but you guys are holding down the fort. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Thanks, Glenn.
All right.
You know, you think about, like, if he were here, what he would say to us, you know?
He would say, Frank, let me take over. let me do this.
I got this.
Can you just let me jump in here?
Yeah.
But you know, to be honest with you, he was so good at it.
So good.
You know, we so frequently, sadly, have had to pay tribute to people either in our close to us personally, people in Hollywood. He did it on a regular basis, and he always gave each person tremendous respect. and paid them the proper tribute because he knew that it was important to somebody.
Yeah.
He also, you know, there's that thing that you that I work on. I try to work on too, but not too many. Like it's hard to do. You know, you have a tendency to, how's your mom, and then you start talking about your own mom or whatever. He always asked about your family, and then would listen and let you continue. He didn't necessarily need to say, "Oh, well, my mom's doing," or you know, he didn't bring it back, right? He just went to Charleston, South Carolina with Leslie and another couple like a couple of weeks ago, and I'm from that area, so we chatted about that a little bit. We chatted about like where we should go or he should go, and I wasn't sure when I saw him in the makeup room on Tuesday if he really liked Charleston or not. He was sort of like very touristy, you know. He didn't say I didn't like it, but the way he said it, I didn't get like glowing reports.
Hey, we've got someone on the line who Sam loved to death. We all love him to death. Henry Winkler. Mr. Winkler, you know how much Sam loved you, and every time you came on, it was a special experience for all of us, but especially for Sam.
You know what, for me too. It is, I'm in an airport here in Pittsburgh, and I just read the news, and it's the most horrible thing. Two things I know. He made you feel special every single time, and I am not the only person who felt that warmth every time they sat down at your desk.
Yeah. No, that's the one word, warmth, that really that you use that I think so sums up who he was. And Henry, you were never in a situation where he had to ask you particularly tough questions of a hard news nature, but even in those contexts, if he had to ask a delicate question, he did it in a respectful way that I suspect that as someone who's as big a star as you are, you're used to fielding all sorts of questions, and it must have felt different coming from Sam.
But it is true that the word that you just used, respectful, was the very core of him. His warmth, it was like you were the only person he knew in the industry.
Yeah.
When you were being interviewed by him, there was nobody after you. There was nobody before you at that desk. It was you in that seat, and that was all that mattered. He made every human being feel so special, and then got them to open up like a flower.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And I think that when he talked to people, it wasn't, Henry, you're a big star, but he also had the same level of respect and the same gentle, warm nature to someone who was just coming up. If the person was just in their first TV show or play or whatever, he made that person feel special about what they were doing and who they were. And he was genuinely interested in who they were as a person as well. Did you feel that?
Without a doubt. He was interested in you as a professional. He was interested in you as a human being. And my heart goes out to his family, to you, all his colleagues and his friends. He will just be so missed. I'm overwhelmed. I'm just overwhelmed that he's no longer here.
Well, Henry, I know I don't want you to miss a flight. And so thank you so much for paying tribute from Pittsburgh at an airport and letting us spend some of your time. We appreciate you, sir.
But you know what? Thank you for letting me say how I feel, too, because, oh, my goodness, it just is, it's still unthinkable.
Henry Winkler, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on what Henry's saying, and we've put together a little bit of tape on Sam's interactions with so many celebrities who really had a genuine affection for him, and I thought we should maybe share some of that.
Yeah.
Sam Rubin, ladies and gentlemen.
I live in this moment right now with you, Sam.
Could I do backup for you guys?
I think you got a little work to do, bro.
Kermit, what I thought was very magnanimous of you.
But I certainly like using the word magnanimous.
Yes.
It's such a big word.
Magnanimous.
Magnanimous.
I really don't know how you made it this far. Look at you. You think you somebody with your little glasses. I see you.
Don't you like
you
it,
think you
Marlon?
sexy.
Hi, family.
Hi, nice to see you, family.
My grandmother's here. She loves you. You have given me brownie points for the rest of my life.
KTLA. Best entertainment coverage on the red carpet, KTLA.
Very good. Wow. Let go. Let go, Sam.
Enjoy the day. Thanks so much. Good to see you. Thank you. Taylor Swift playing her Taylor. Is it shampoo and conditioner or just shampoo? What is the hair regimen, Jared? Good morning to you.
Well, you know, my friend, it's a toupee.
There we go.
Twin brothers.
I would like to thank Sam Rubin for starting my career on Hollywood Uncensored.
I am charming her beyond belief. Have you had the most fun talking to me?
Yes.
It's so. We have much in common. Alessandro is here.
He's going to teach you some dancing. We heard that you're the best sender.
Let's spell it out. S-A-M-R-U-B. It's Sam Rubin, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
We were thankfully spared some of Sam's dancing.
I was gonna say, I was like, it goes on.
Right.
But he was always game to doing that.
Yes,
I mean,
he was.
Incredibly.
He was never embarrassed by anything.
Yes.
And was always lobbying to get on Dancing with the Stars. Cheryl Burke's on the phone with us. Cheryl, he loved you. And loved having you on, and you were just on with us a few weeks ago, and just loved chatting with you.
I mean, I'm literally going through pictures in tears at the moment, and my condolences, to you guys, to his family. This is heartbreaking, but Sam, I always used to call him my podcast dad, and he hated it. He wanted me to change the dad to brother, and I was like, okay, sure, whatever you'd like, Mr. Rubin. But we just had him on, the podcast just a few weeks ago. He was also very involved in my other podcast, iHeart Burke in the Game. So we've become very, close. Like he was my podcast dad, whether he liked it or not.
We were just talking to Henry Winkler about what it's like as a celebrity to be interviewed over and over and to do press. And he was telling us how different it was with Sam, that he always felt this sense of respect and caring, and that he felt that when Sam was talking to you, that you were the only person in the world that he was talking to. And I just wonder, from your point of view as a celebrity who is interviewed frequently, was it different talking to Sam?
Oh, absolutely. Sam, it was literally like just being in my living room talking to a friend. And, hence why I just enjoyed having conversations with him. I can have conversations with him about the most uncomfortable things to the funniest things, and there was no judgment, and he was very present when being interviewed, when I was being interviewed by him. And that is something different. I think that, with all the interviews we do, sometimes they're just thinking about the next question. And with Sam, it's like he was very present and wanting and caring, and always asked how you're doing, because he genuinely wanted to know how you're doing.
We didn't get to see you in the green room with him because we were out here on the set. But I know that he would frequently have conversations in the green room. What were those conversations like?
Oh, probably stuff we can't talk about here. But I'm actually currently looking at this picture. He did this. We were going live on KTLA over the holidays here, and he was wearing his burgundy suit. Mickey Mouse was there at the iHeart Studios, and oh my God, I'm in shock. But my heart goes out to all of you guys.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on him. I think, to your point, Frank and Cheryl's, what you guys were just saying is that I think, you as a celebrity, Cheryl, probably can feel it, that the reporter's thinking about the next question. But Sam, even if he had a third question that he was getting ready to ask, if you said something, if Cheryl said something in particular, he would shift.
Oh, yeah.
Because he listened.
He's listening.
He was listening.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I actually, me being the person who now interviews people, it's been an interesting transition. And he was a mentor to me, in so many ways that he may never, he will never know. But, it was a pleasure working with him, truly.
Well, Cheryl,
I bet he knew.
Yeah.
He knew.
Oh, I'm sure he knew.
He knows.
He loved Cheryl Burke. Cheryl, thank you so much for spending some time with us to pay tribute to our friend Sam.
I know celebrities love Sam because whenever I'd fill in, they'd be disappointed.
Oh, no.
Like, oh, we got Sam did. It's
that-
not the Sam I was expecting. Yeah. But I really think that he had tact. And
Yes.
sometimes it was questionable, and you're like, where is he going with this? But then he gets to that third question. And I grew up watching the KTLA Morning News. Carlos and Barbara, they were on when I was in Palm Springs. They were out there, and Sam he made it look so easy. And then you actually get in that seat and do it, and you're like, oh, whoa.
Well,
this,
in fact,
this is different.
Let's talk to a guy who has sat not in this seat, but sits in the seat for entertainment tonight, Kevin Frazier.
Oh, okay.
Kevin, you know better than anybody how tough this job can be, talking to people in Hollywood, the delicacy involved at times. Our friend Sam did it better than anybody, with all due respect.
Without question, he did it better. And first of all, I just want to say, I know how hard it is for what you guys are doing right now and going through. And I want to thank you because it's helping us out here who love Sam process this moment and walk through it and try to understand. I've been sitting at my desk for the last hour and a half just watching and listening and loving what you are saying about Sam. And I have to say this. People don't understand how hard it is when you are on the red carpet and anybody's just walking up to you. You don't know who it is. Sam was on live when everybody was walking up, so he had to know the cinematographer. He had to know the producer of every movie. He had to know the background actors, and he knew everyone flawlessly. He knew the publicist, and in a very hard job, he made it look so damn easy. And that's the thing I miss about Sam, because I would walk down before every red carpet to say hello to the entire crew.
Yeah.
And always. And Sam is always there.
Yeah.
He's there. He's Hollywood.
Well, to be honest, Kevin, he wanted your job. That's why he's coming over to talk to you. But no, but there was a genuineness about all of it. But but as someone else mentioned earlier, he was hungry as heck, Mindy, I think, and he was always looking for that next gig too, even though he'd been here for 30 years.
You love that about Sam, but you also love the
Oh, no.
You're sitting in the seat. You're sitting in the seat, Sam. You're the guy.
Exactly.
Every star is watching you every morning.
Yeah.
Every star. And every star is talking to you every single day. I saw him at a junket just a couple of weeks ago, and we were both eating at the time because we were waiting for our turn, and we went in to eat. And the thing we were talking about was family. We weren't talking about movies. We weren't talking about anything else. We were talking about our families. And this is a Hollywood family. People have to understand this, that there is a comfort in seeing each other and being able to talk to each other. So Sam will be missed. And I just want to thank you guys again for what you're doing, because it's helping comfort all of us, because Sam's family is so big. And there are so many people out there who he means the world to.
Kevin, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for spending some time with us on this tough day for all of us. You're absolutely right. We've got someone on the line who was sitting right here this morning, and you guys tell me when he's ready to come in, but we're getting him lined up right now.
Jerry?
Yeah. Jerry O'Connell, who is, we consider him part of the KTLA family.
Yes, he is.
JOC has been watching KTLA from the Hal Fishman days, and Jerry, you were right here this morning with us, and our buddy Sam had called in sick, and we didn't know what had happened, and I, after work, went home and got the news like everyone else. I just want you to talk about the fact, Jerry, I think about, you ran into Sam with Rebecca out on the street one day in your car.
Always.
And you just you would just pull over and say hi to him.
We know him personally. We would screech our car to a halt, park illegally, just to get some FaceTime with Mr. Rubin. But you know what? You're starting to see it and feel it. There is an outpouring of emotion in this town right now. Everyone is. This is devastating news. I mean, it is first and foremost prayers to him and his family.
Yeah.
But he is. This is. there is going to be an outpouring of emotion. It is a very emotional, sad day. Not only for the KTLA family, but for the entertainment industry as a whole. I mean, the man the man was a legend. It's my first live interview, and everyone is going to have a very personal story about how Mr. Rubin touched them personally. This is devastating news. Devastating.
Yeah.
Prayers for his family.
You're a friend to KTLA, but obviously big fan, and you said personal friend of Sam. Can you share your thoughts on what you loved about him?
This is the entertainment industry is a scary place. It's an unfriendly place. It's a competitive place. I mean, I'm going to say Sam was the kindest, warmest soul in this insane town, and I want to say he greets you. I mean, he greeted everyone with open arms and warmth immediately. My first live interview was with Sam Rubin at KTLA, in your old studios, and I couldn't believe how warm and kind he was. I was like, I'm a nothing. Like, what is he doing? Like, and he treated everyone with the same amount of love, respect, warmth, and just the energy. He was inspiring. The energy he brought every day. You worked with him every day. Can you believe? Like, the man's an inspiration. That amount of energy every day. It's one of a kind. They broke the mold. He is a legend. You're about to see an outpouring of emotion. It's why I had to call in. You know, I know you're. I know you're a station director, or whatever you call, news director, and it's shocking news. Prayers to his family, and I mean, obviously his family is feeling pain, but the entertainment industry lost an icon today. Everybody, an icon.
Jerry, we appreciate your time. You know that we love you like family, and Sam loved you to death, and I know that your words will mean a lot to Leslie and Perry and Rory and Darcy and Colby. Thank you, my friend.
Bye.
We wanted to share some more of the love that Sam had from the Hollywood community over time. Our newsroom is working hard during this very difficult period to try to report this story, but let's roll that tape.
We meet again.
Hi, Sam.
How's it going? How are you? Do you want to sing all your responses?
Yes, I will.
Is
that a dotted Swiss that I see? Very nice.
It's called a dotted Swiss?
That's what you call it. Yeah, that kind of a pattern. Dotted.
It looks kind of like a table hockey where the air comes out of those little holes.
Air hockey, yes.
Look at these little dots. Really cute.
Do you like the tech? You could give me a whole rub if you want.
I don't think so.
Who provides more keen analysis than me?
Nobody does, Sam.
How sad to not have me on one of these lavish platforms.
I know.
Does it make any sense?
Look at you. You're like down in the bushes here.
How do you think I feel?
It must be awful. I'm so sorry you have to do this. It's painful.
It kind of is.
Sam Rubin, ladies and gentlemen.
I live in this moment right now with you, Sam.
Could I do backup for you guys?
I think you got a little work to do, bro.
Kermit, what I thought was very magnanimous of you.
But I certainly like using the word magnanimous.
Yes.
Such a big word. Magnanimous.
I really don't know how you made it this far. Look at you. You think you somebody with your little glasses. I see you.
Don't you like
you
it,
think you
Marlon?
sexy.
Hi, family.
Nice to see you, family.
My grandmother's here. She loves you. You have given me brownie points for the rest of my life.
KTLA. Best entertainment coverage on the red carpet, KTLA.
Very good. Wow. Let go. Let go, Sam.
Enjoy the day. Thanks so much. Good to see you. Thank you. Taylor Swift playing her Taylor. Is it shampoo and conditioner or just shampoo? What is the hair regimen, Jared? Good morning to you.
Well, you know, my friend, it's a toupee.
There we go.
Twin brothers.
I would like to thank Sam Rubin for starting my career on Hollywood Uncensored.
I am charming her beyond belief. Have you had the most fun talking to me?
Yes.
It's so. We have much in common. Alessandro is here.
He's going to teach you some dances. We heard that you're the best sender.
Let's spell it out. S-A-M-R-U-B. It's Sam Rubin, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
And that's our great Sam Rubin. If you are just joining us at 2 o'clock here on the KTLA 5 News, we want to thank Lou Parker and Samantha Cortese for their reporting up until now. Eric Spillman is joining me. And if you haven't heard the news, our friend Sam Rubin has died at the age of 64. We don't have any of the details yet. He was last here with us sitting in his seat yesterday morning. He called in sick today, and he has died. We don't know more than that. Obviously, he was KTLA to us, and our hearts go out to his family members. Our hearts are broken in the newsroom, and I would say his closest friend in the newsroom is Eric Spillman, and Eric has come back to join us for part of our coverage. Eric, thanks for coming in. I know it's tough.
It's just such a shock. I mean, this is a person who had so much energy and was so alive all the time. You just never thought he would die.
Yeah.
And, you know, we were talking to him all week long, every morning.
Yeah.
Makeup room, 6:15. He showed up.
Yeah.
We had a little convocation. Not always. Sometimes he was late. Me, him, and Krisky, all of us together every morning, and we worked together since 1991, May of 1991. It's 33 years.
Yeah.
Almost to the day.
Yeah. What, because you knew Sam so much better, I think, than most of us. Although I would say that
you probably knew him pretty well sitting out here.
I did know him pretty well,
hours.
and I would say the folks at home knew him very well too, because he, as I said earlier, the Sam that you saw on TV was largely the Sam in real life.
Yeah.
That playful, wonderful, kind,
irreverent,
great
sense of humor,
great sense of humor,
and
especially at his own humor,
self-deprecating humor.
Yes.
I mean, I think that was one of the big things that he brought to the morning news, which is, you know, we're going to make mistakes here on the air. We're not talking down to the audience.
Yes.
The audience is in on the joke.
Yeah.
Let's bring them in,
Yeah.
make them a part of it. If we make a mistake, that's okay. Let's laugh at ourselves.
Yeah.
And he made fun of himself a lot.
All the time.
And that's why you loved him.
Yeah, he was not afraid to just plunge in, and you know, some of us, and I would include myself, would say, well, I can't dance. Like, I'm not going to do that, or I won't do that because I'll look like an idiot. He was happy to look like an idiot.
Well,
and no, but I don't mean that with disrespect.
But he pivoted to important stuff.
Yes.
When there was.
He was game, is my point.
Yeah.
Is that he was like, oh, if this is good for the show, let's do it.
Yeah.
It's fun. I don't mind laughing at myself, and the audience laughing with me.
And then there would be a serious story, a story about the industry, coverage of the recent strikes that we've had. And he was on it. I mean, he had a newsman sense for covering entertainment news, but he also knew that you should have fun with it. And he could be silly.
Yeah.
And he knew how to make people laugh.
You socialized with
a lot.
Sam,
I mean,
and I just wonder, and Glenn talked about this being at the CVS, and people coming up and one after another. Oh, Sam, I know you. You know, love you. And Glenn didn't really tell the other side of the story, which was that he remembered that not as many people said it to him.
Right.
But everyone knew and loved Sam, and I think he was approachable. And I wonder, when you were out with him, you must have both got it.
Yeah, I mean, he loved what he did. You know, he loved being on television. He loved being an entertainment reporter.
Yeah.
He loved live TV. He just enjoyed it, and he loved being the center of attention. He really did. And so he'd come here every morning and put together his stories, and he just he was having a good time. He was working but he was also just having fun. And he was so talented in so many different ways. I mean, the red carpet shows where you don't even know what's going on. People are coming down. I wouldn't know half these people. I wouldn't know 75%, but he knew everybody. He knew the history of what they had done and
he didn't need
the
notes
recent
either.
projects. No,
he
did not ever need notes.
Speaking of one of the people who'd come down the red carpet, we have frequent guests who we really consider friends of our broadcast on the KTLA Morning News, and Danny Trejo is one of them. Danny, you've heard the news about our friend Sam, and I just wanted to get your thoughts.
Yeah, oh God, yeah, God needed somebody to give him the right information.
Yeah.
He's somebody that if you met him, you could call him a friend. He's that kind of guy. He just kind of like brought you in. I'm in Canada right now. I don't know who I'm at. I'm in Canada, and they called me. I was just like, oh, man, not my buddy. And we did stuff together, and it was like this is one of them people that he'll just cross your mind sometimes. Hey, what's Sam doing?
Yeah.
And
you have, Danny, you had, yeah, you have so much going on, and I know that it was when you wanted to talk about something, whether it was donuts or a film or your label, was it hard to get Sam on the phone?
No, I called him. I'm gonna call you guys. I mean, it was like, it was.
We're showing a clip, Danny. Danny, we're showing a clip of him interviewing you in a film.
Oh yeah, that was badass. It was so cool. And I said, Sam, you want to be on a movie show? He goes, yeah, sure.
How'd he do?
He did great. Yeah, I gave him an Oscar. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Canada right now doing a talk for a recovery center. And, and he would. You know what? The record label, anything I had, hey, let's talk about it. And he was just a sweetheart of a guy.
Yeah, he really was.
Yeah.
Sweetheart of a guy is a great way to describe.
Yeah.
How he was.
Well, Danny, we know you're busy doing stuff, but you also wanted to pay tribute, and we are grateful that you did that.
God bless. Yeah, let me know where anything's happening. I'll try to be there. God bless you guys. Okay.
All right.
Thanks
We'll
for
look
taking
forward
time.
to seeing you again. All right.
Sam, of course, was an expert in interviewing celebrities, and when I first came here, I had no experience with that. And he said, you know what, Eric? Here's the first thing you do. You got to flatter them a little bit. Give them a little flattery. Say some kind of compliment to start things off. They will love you after that. And he really understood that about people in the limelight.
Yeah.
He knew how to kind of work them
yes.
to get what he wanted out of them.
Right.
And a little bit of flattery at the beginning
right.
was a good tactic for him.
And he did it as a tactic, but I also think he genuinely appreciated people. Even the pros and the cons.
Right.
Some people have done horrible projects, and everyone knew it, including the person and Sam.
We've had a lot of people who are low on the totem pole when it comes to, projects they've done, sort of D-level folks. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And he would treat everybody who came through here with the utmost respect.
Yes.
And ask really good questions,
Yeah.
know, that showed that he had paid attention to what they had come to talk about. He gave everybody the same respect, whether it was a person that everybody knew or a person that nobody knew.
Yeah, and I remember, I wasn't here at the time, but Jerry O'Connell talked about the fact that Sam was his first live television interview, and I would say that many, many people have sat here after the lights go off and we go to a commercial, and they would say, that was my first live TV interview. Thank you so much. Among them, I believe, Taylor Swift.
Yes, she came to the show when she was a teenager.
Yeah, we showed that clip earlier, and I'm going to say that he was not a person to hold grudges.
No.
But he would remember that you were on my show as a 16-year-old, and we would frequently joke about the fact that she'd never come back.
Right.
And we kept hoping that she would hear one of those pleas. Also, Dancing with the Stars. Sam wanted to be on Dancing with the Stars.
This clip right here, I got to tell you the story about this.
Please.
He made a kind of a sort of a commando raid on another TV station.
Speaking of commando.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But he one of the things that he thought was funny or interesting, you know, he wanted to report on what was happening at other TV stations in town, which was sort of a taboo subject up until he came along. And he would tell you what was happening in other newsrooms, the comings and goings of other news anchors and reporters that you'd heard of.
Right.
That before he showed up, nobody wanted to touch that topic. They didn't think, and he realized, look, these people are in our homes.
Yeah.
You know, this is something that we should discuss. This is entertainment news, what's happening with news personalities. Well, one day he decided to make a commando raid on a competing TV station, and he snuck in there somehow and with a photographer, and he went down the hallway, and he was wearing a camouflage helmet, like he was you know, some kind of a fighter or a military guy, and he, you know, crawling on his hands and feet down the hallway. It was one of the funniest bits that he had done, and he had so many funny bits that he did over the years.
And he talked about the fact that, and you were there when this happened, when you guys first started the show, that it started as sort of a traditional morning news program, wasn't going so well in the ratings.
It was a total failure.
Right, and one of your producers finally just said, you know what, let it rip because you guys are going to be gone in a few months. And I think that really spoke to Sam in terms of who he is.
Right.
That really was like his green light.
Yes. I mean, he was waiting for that opportunity. And it lightened everything up. The time of day in the morning, it's just not meant for, I mean, we're going to give people information, but we've got to be able to laugh too, because otherwise, how are you going to get out of bed? How are you going to face the day, go to work, deal with the traffic, all the things that people have to deal with? And he understood that better than anybody else. That he was an entertainment reporter, and he also believed that he should entertain people too with his reports. And he did that very well.
The skits.
Yeah, there's
the
skits.
skits. You know, he directed those skits.
Yes.
That
he brought in the
our
people
newsroom.
who were on his staff and had them participate and made them a part of the show too. And there's so many examples of that. I mean,
we got someone sitting with us now who has known Sam as long as any of us, Wendy Birch. Wendy, tough day in the newsroom. I don't know if you walked through, but a lot of tears.
As soon as I walked through the entertainment department and sitting here now, it's real.
Yeah.
I think I was in denial. It's this moment right now.
Yeah, I was too. I felt the same way. Came through and I said, okay, let's get on this and get it out there. And
the thing is, he just excelled at doing obituary pieces about famous people.
You know what?
I want to pay tribute to him in a way that is right.
I was thinking about that as I was driving in. So if you follow Sam on social media, you know that really, I mean, he'd always paid homage to anyone who passed away in Hollywood, you know. And
it was sacred to him.
It really was. And then I remember when social media started, he really took the time to do these thoughtful pieces. And it wasn't just on the A-list stars that passed away. It could have been someone who was a regular on a 70s sitcom that he paid homage to and kind of gave their life story. And I once asked him too, I'm like, Sam, are you in the obituary business? You know, because we had a banter where we were always teasing each other. And he said, you know, when someone dies, people stop. They stop for a moment in time. And he said, and he goes, I want to, I can't put it in as good of words as he did, but to a degree he was saying it's a moment to capture. And he said, and if you look too, I mean, he really wasn't about, oh, this post got so much, you know, traction, but he would say, look at the engagement. Look at how many people stopped and read what I wrote and made comments about that star.
A great writer. I mean, I don't know if you've ever read things, printed words that he put down. I mean, he would write on social media a lot or Facebook. And of course, that's how he got his start. I mean, he was a print reporter at the very beginning. Yeah. I mean, he worked and he wrote a book.
He wrote for People magazine.
He wrote a biography of the music group ABBA.
Yes.
You know, he had an enormous, he was a tabloid print reporter for a time. He worked for Star magazine. He just,
let's say, too, how fast he could type and how accurately.
Oh, my God.
The guy was just like this.
With 2 fingers, too.
Right.
Hey, you were talking about the other stations, how he really was kind of a pioneer in making fun of the other TV stations and calling them out. I was texting as I was driving. I have auto drive on my Tesla, so it really wasn't as dangerous as it sounded, but still
Right.
pretty dangerous.
Yeah.
But when I was coming to the station, I was talking to our friend Mark Thompson.
Yeah.
And can I share what Mark
Please.
just texted
Sure.
me back? So, of course, Mark Thompson, for those of you who don't know, longtime weather person over at Fox 11, our competitors. Sure. One of your good friends as well. So he starts out by saying, I'm devastated. Brilliant on-air talent and wonderful friend. When my house burned, Sam invited me to host my Stragglers vegan potluck Thanksgiving at his home. Long ago, before the morning news, I tried to get Fox 11 to hire Sam because I thought he was one of the most magical talents I've ever seen do entertainment reporting.
Yeah.
I had a couple of meetings specifically pushing them to hire him. Fox 11 did not. Sam was then hired by KTLA to do their morning show and kicked our, can't say that word on the air, at Fox 11 every day. He was on by just being himself with all of his gifts, dear pal and wonderful on-air talent. I can't believe he's gone way too soon.
Yeah.
Mark,
They
Thanks
were
for
very
sharing
close
that.
friends, you know.
Yeah. Mark, thank you for giving us that. We have Paulie Perrette on the phone with us. Paulie, we consider you a friend of the broadcast, a member of the KTLA family, and we have lost our friend Sam Rubin, and I know you have some feelings and thoughts you wanted to share.
Hey guys, oh Frank, I want to hug you so bad right now. I just can't believe this. Sam was so different than everyone else in this whole industry. There's no one like him, and you know, part of doing that job was just endless interviews, and it really wasn't one of my favorite things to do about the job, but I sure loved being with Sam. And I was just there in December talking about my documentary, and when I got to the station, he just came running back to the green room, and he and I just sat back there and talked each other's ears off because I haven't seen him in a while because I've been doing my own thing, and we just talked and talked and talked, and nothing about the industry, never. He's always so excited about like my nonprofit stuff I do, and he for decades now he's been saying the same. We have the same joke that we always say, is that him and my pastor and Obama went to the same college.
He did ride that one out, didn't he?
Yeah,
every time
he went to Occidental, and
He was proud
Barack
of that.
Obama went to Occidental for
Or
a couple
Barry.
of years.
semester,
We
right?
would call him Barry,
Barry.
as if they knew each
Right.
other. They'd
They
never
didn't.
met him.
And him and my pastor, they both said, they're like, we call him Barry. And I mean, every
Sure he
time,
did.
and it's like, when I was there at the station, it's like he literally came running into the green room, not only just to give us hugs and catch up on stuff, but like, of course, he couldn't wait to say that again.
You know, we've been talking to so many celebrities like you, Paulie. We talked to Henry Winkler earlier and Jerry O'Connell, and they both talked about the fact that, as you said, doing the press thing isn't particularly a pleasant part of being a celebrity, but that when Sam was talking to you, it didn't feel like press. Is that a good way to describe
Exactly. It's such a good. Here's how I would say it: is that when you were talking of whatever you were supposed to be talking about, normally when we're doing an interview, you're talking about that thing with the person, and you're doing your job, and they're doing their job.
Yeah.
When you talk to Sam, it's like we are talking about something. You know, like we're talking about it. Like it's a whole different dynamic. It's just like, you know, you didn't feel like he's doing his job and you're doing your job. It's like the two of you are talking about something that, you know, that's going on. It's a conversation. Like you never felt like there was a wall in between you, ever. But I mean, Sam and I could sit around and talk about anything for hours. I can't believe this. I know that I know that everyone feels this way, but I just can't believe that I'm not going to be able to do that again.
No,
right now.
I think that all of us, when we learned the news, it was the same reaction. I literally said, "This can't be."
No, I know. I got my phone because everyone knows how much I loved him, and my texts were going on. And I just was thinking about when I was there in December. It's so funny watching us because when I go out there supposed to do an interview on air, and me and Sam just like laugh so much that we on air we like barely get the information out, like whatever the heck we were supposed to be talking about.
because, you know, Polly, you were part of the family. I mean, you had been on so many times, and so many of us have these personal relationships with you. And, you know, I was also reflecting, too, a lot of people always say, oh, that KTLA family slogan that you guys have is such a great one. And I'm like, no, it's not a marketing slogan. No. It's really something that organically came. Like, no marketing guy came in and said, hey, I got an idea. You guys can be the KTLA family.
No,
we feel that way, and the morning show has this familial feel. And I was trying to think of the role that Sam would play in our family. Because it was patriarchal, but he wasn't our dad, because we never got in trouble with him. He was always the one getting in trouble.
He was
the
the favorite
brother.
uncle.
Big brother?
No, the little brother. I thought of him as the little brother sometimes. You know, I'm really sad. Really, the thing that's most disappointing about today is that Sam's not here to see this.
Exactly.
Oh, he would
Because
love
he
it.
would love it so
He
much.
would say, and he would also say, "Oh, please go on."
Yes.
You know, but Paulie, I do want to thank you. You're a member, and we send you love in the way that you know that we're receiving your love for Sam, and thank you for spending some time with us.
Polly, Sam loved
Thanks.
you very much.
All right, Paulie, thank you. We have Mary Hart on with us as well, who knows as well as anyone how difficult this job is that Sam did, who did it with grace in the same way that Sam did. Mary, every time we saw you at a Dodger game, he would say, "Oh, that's
Mary Hart's
that's
seat.
Mary Hart's seat."
If someone else was in Mary's
whether or not you
seat,
were sitting in the
he
seat,
would be upset.
that's Mary Hart's seat.
And you know what, you guys, I love being with all of you on the air, and I'm glad I'm not visible right now. I'm looking at beautiful mountains in Montana, and I'm so enjoying your reminiscing about dear Sam. I learned about this just less than an hour ago from Wendy Birch, part of your family, and was shocked. And then, of course, went into the news. I've been outdoors all day, and I have such, like you, incredible memories of Sam starting out so young. Is your older brother Frank? Was that big brother?
Yeah, I would say, I would say old uncle.
Old uncle. Okay.
He's not here to defend himself.
We can say anything.
Right? Yeah.
He's not going to like that part, but it brings such joy to my mind, sadness to my heart for Leslie and the kids and all of you, his big, huge KTLA wonderful family, because you guys have been together for so many years, most of you. And I think about that big void that Sam will leave on the morning news, which we have always watched religiously. I mean, and I've had that great pleasure of being on that set with you guys. And Sam, it takes my breath away to think about him being gone, but it also gives me the opportunity to say to all of you what respect I have for you guys and for what Sam did through the years, because there is a beauty to having that 30-odd plus long time, multi-year span in one job in the entertainment community. And I think it was Jerry O'Connell saying, yeah, what a crazy world it can be. But Sam always had a way of bringing it home honestly and with unique perspective to the people in the entertainment business, and they always felt at home with him. And being on for as long as he was, I know it gave people even more respect and comfort when they knew they were going to be interviewed by Sam.
Mary, it's funny you say that, because he was here for a long time, and it was a blessing and a burden to him, because he would often talk about the fact that so-and-so came to work with us for 2 years or 5 years, and they've shot to start it.
Right.
And as he liked to say, here we sit.
No.
He had a joyfulness and he had a bitterness in his tone all at the same
Tiny
time.
bit of bitterness, because so many people had come through, like Taylor Swift, and became big stars. Stairway to Stardom is what we refer to our program as. And then he would say at the end of it, and we're still here.
Yeah, right.
But
here we sit.
He loved working here. He loved it.
He did.
He did. Yes, he did. And it's, I will admit, Sam gave me grief when Entertainment Tonight, really was skyrocketing
to the top of the national chart, so to speak, and he would say something like that, and I'm still here. We could have jokes about that, but you know what? His giving to the community, and I think you were just talking about that. His giving back, and really what you guys do as a family, but his individual giving back and wanting to do good and being kind, and then being on top of it an incredible husband and father to his 3 kids and being
4.
Leslie's husband. Yeah. And I mean, that was his, Frank, as you said it very tearfully and honestly, that was his first love. And, you know, I can't speak more highly of our dear colleague, Sam Rubin. It just is a great loss, and yet such a gain in our lives as we go forward and appreciate all the joy he brought so many of us.
Yeah, you want, I think many people want, at least if you don't leave a legacy in terms of buildings and things of that nature, you want at least people to have a sense that you're a good human being. You want the, you know, the gravestone to say something that speaks to what a good person you are. And I can't imagine anyone not saying what a good human being Sam Rubin was.
To that point, and what Mary was talking about, you know, when I went into this new role to kind of oversee the community engagement here at KTLA, I had more conversations with Sam about, can we do something for this charity? Can we do something for this one?
He always had ideas on what the station should do.
On everything.
But one of my last conversations with him was he wanted to do something really special for the Boy Scouts because his son is a Boy Scout. It was to do with a camp out in Catalina Island.
Yeah.
And we'll do that.
Yes.
We're going to figure out something to do.
Yeah.
Because it was important to him, and it was one of the last things that he ever asked of me. And I would always do whatever I could to, you know, help Sam. Even when it was crazy, I would, you know, say, well, that seems like an interesting idea, but it was amazing.
Wendy, thank you for contributing to this. It's your relationship with Sam and your thoughts and feelings about him are really important to us, and I thank you.
I miss him so much already.
Yeah, so do all of us. Thank you. We have another friend of the broadcast, the actor Greg Grunberg, on with us. And Greg, Sammy loved you, and I know you loved him back.
Yeah, and I love all of you guys. You know, it's you guys have a real family there, and he was the Papa Bear, and he really made everybody that came on the show feel like what they were coming on to talk about, whatever it was so important. He had, you know, he always laughed with me. He would come to the green room and we would joke about a bagel, daring each other to have carbs in the morning. And he's like, you know, he was just such a love. He's a mensch with a microphone, man. I just can't, like, my friends are reaching out to me. This is why, you know, somebody touches people. Friends, you know, in the industry right now are reaching out to me to console me because they know how much I love Sam, and we all love Sam. And, you know, there are a lot of really stupid, boring celebrities out there, and man, did he make them all seem interesting.
That is a skill.
I mean, you know, he cared so much. He cared so much. And, like, because it was such a family atmosphere, and it always is on the show, and I feel this way about you guys. I really do, and you know I do. Yeah. When I'm on the show, we start talking, and we go off on tangents, and he always asked about family. All of my kids, not just, you know, my oldest son who has epilepsy. I'd come on, and no matter, I'm rambling, but all the thoughts are coming to me right now, and you know, I'd have a project, a big thing, big movie or whatever. You all don't care about that stuff. It's the most important stuff, the family, the charity aspect. I mean, look at how ridiculous I look in this tuxedo, and he didn't care. And I mean, I
think you look all right.
So, thank you. I just love him so much, and I just recently ran into him at the airport. Forgot what city I was in, and he was with his family. I met his son, and you just see how he lit up talking about other people's families, and especially his. His family is everything, and that's all I'm thinking about right now is his KTLA family and his family at home. And I'm just sending as much love as I possibly can. And I thank you guys for letting me come on and just let me talk about how much I love this guy.
Well,
Thank
Greg,
you.
You're family to us, and I'm so glad that you were able to contribute today, and we're hugging you back, my friend.
Yeah.
We have. Yes, go ahead.
Give me a big hug, and just know that I'm thinking about all of you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Another person who has been very close to our show and to our station, and to Sam in particular, is Ellen Kay. And Ellen, are you with us?
I'm with you. Hi.
Difficult day for all of us, and I just, I want to give you the mic and let you say what you want to say.
Oh, thank you so much. First of all, oh my God, I'm so sorry for you, the KTLA family, and for the Grace Mendoza and everyone on camera and off camera, and how tight you guys all are. And I know we're just the whole city, everyone's just feeling this incredible shock. I met Sam back in 1991. He diaper races, and my little baby boy was in the diaper races. And we just immediately became friends. And just this last Christmas, he came over, flipped the holiday switch for the first time, and he was just having so much fun. He, look, he worked so hard and put his heart into everything, and that he just wanted to stay and hang out. He loved every facet of what he did, and all of the people that he got to, interview and make friends with and be around. And I'm hearing Greg and everyone talk about his family, and that is, I'll echo that. When he would talk about his children, it was just that glow on his face, and his blended family. They were just, everyone in his family just filled his heart so much. And I'm so sorry for all of you too. And thank you so much for playing these beautiful clips and letting us come on and share about Sam. Just lovely Sam. Just please keep playing those clips of him.
We will.
Yeah, and Ellen, I want to ask you, when he went over to do the holiday switch, I suspect, and I don't know this is a fact, but he was trying to angle into a way to find a gig over there on the radio station. Am I right?
You are 100% right. Every time he came over to us, he always said, "I want to do a radio show."
Well, he had one for a while. He did
it.
have a show for a while. And he really enjoyed having a talk show because, as you can imagine, it was an opportunity for him to talk sort of endlessly,
well, and
which he enjoyed.
The thing about Sam is he used to talk about this, that the most comfortable and sort of joyful part of his day, and this is not a disrespect to his family, but just the part of his day that felt most natural to him was being on the air.
Yeah.
Because it felt like a comfortable, old shoe or something.
So comfortable doing it.
Yeah.
He loved it.
Oh my God, you guys! I mean, I'm sending you hugs and love, and from all of us at iHeart. He's just a big part of us. I just saw him on with Seacrest. He was just in our studio, and he's just always been there. He's always been this big part of LA. He is KTLA. He is this city. He's a Hollywood.
He sure is.
Yeah.
Well, Ellen, we appreciate you, and we appreciate another close member of our KTLA family, and I mean you being part of this broadcast and tribute to Sam. Thanks for spending some time with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, love.
We have
somebody who knows Sam pretty well.
Yeah, please.
Michaela. Michaela, are you with us?
Yeah, I am. Hi, boys.
What a day.
Didn't think this day was going to happen.
No.
Such a shock.
We just cannot believe it, Michaela. That guy that made us laugh and all kinds of other things, infuriated us at times, but in a loving, fun way. He to think that he is gone is just, it's not. We still can't process
it's surreal.
this.
You know, I'm up here in Canada visiting my folks, and I got about 12 zillion calls, and it felt surreal. It still feels surreal. I'm numb. Yeah. And for those of you listening and who have watched us for years, we've been part of your family. He was our family, and we all feel as though we've lost a family member. It's not just made up for TV. We are all feeling such a heaviness in us. But then at the same time, and I know Spillman and Frank, you're the same way, you think about those moments that you've had with Sam. You know, my story that I always tell is that I hadn't even been in Los Angeles a month, having moved here from San Francisco, and he invited me on this outing. I was so excited that he was inviting me down to Newport to go kayaking. Come to find out, he just needed a carpool dummy.
I can't believe that's true.
I'm sure that's not what it was, Michaela. Please, I'm sure that
it was 100% true. And that's what I'm talking about with, like, as much as I'm feeling this heaviness, there was, you know, I was talking with Jessica a while ago. He was always our ray of light. I never saw him in a bad mood. I never saw him in a foul mood.
What do you think is the most important aspect of his legacy? What would you say?
Well, I'll tell you something. If the people from the chamber are listening, that man should have had a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and they better give it to him posthumously now, because there is nobody that has embodied the true meaning of what entertainment is in the city of Los Angeles. And by the way, and the effects of it beyond the borders of LA County, right? You think about all the work that he's done in the UK, in Australia, New Zealand, all around. And he embodied it, and he cared about the business, not just the glitz and glam. He cared about the business. For that's the outward facing. Inside, you guys know this, he taught us all about the importance of having moments in TV.
Yes.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, that was his thing, and it's so true. And the other thing that he talked about a lot, and I say this to you, Michaela, because you're from Canada, everyone, to have success in American TV, you have to be from Canada.
He threw that line out to every person who came in here who said they were from Canada.
Right.
And he enjoyed the response that he got.
Well, and by the way, he has and will always have fans up here north of the border as well. And he didn't have a thing about the bigger your head, the more fame you would have. Like physically, if you had a big noggin, you would be successful in TV.
That's true. And then there were certain celebrities who loved to talk about their big heads. And it was
their big heads.
Yeah, he had go-to sort of things for certain people, and that was one of the go-tos was, oh, he has a really big head. And so...
Well, I used to love, you know, sometimes I lamented the fact that I sat on a set with these middle-aged men, but I have to tell you...
That was before I got here.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you skewed the numbers a bit, Frank.
Thank you.
I would live for hearing these stories about when he would go on these mancations with his buddies.
Yes.
And I want those men who are hurting today over the loss of their friend.
Yeah.
I want them to understand what it meant to him to have those friendships. It was such an important thing for him to get out and hike and kayak and be out in nature. For a city boy, that man loved being in the great outdoors. I was surprised to learn that about him.
And he was such a product of Los Angeles. He grew up in the neighborhood where Pico meets Westwood Boulevard, that part of West LA, and he went to high school at University High School during a time when the smartest kids in all of LA went to Uni High, and then he went to Occidental. He kind of never left LA. He stayed here.
He was such a proud grad of Occidental.
And the biggest fan of Apple Pan.
Oh, the
Apple
Pan. I mean, various donut shops.
When are you going to bring up the Apple Pan?
Once, recently, I was somewhere in that neighborhood, and he texted me. You know, we're on a serious story. He says, you got to go to this donut shop. It's right over there on Barrington. And honestly, that was the most important information that he had for me. Got to try these donuts.
You know, but it speaks to that. Do you know? And I'm not trying to be modeling, but I think this is a normal thing that happens when you process the shock of losing somebody before their time so suddenly like this. You start thinking about the memories come flooding back, and I think about the fact, and you guys can echo this as well. He never forgot people who had spent time in our family at KTLA, and he followed their careers. I know he was so proud of me when I left to go on to CNN. He would come when he came to New York. He would always meet up with me. We would have a meal. We'd always some sort of fabulous donut would be involved because that's who I am. When I came back to LA, he was always there with a word of advice. If I ever needed anything, he was the most generous man. And I'm not making this up. This is not revisionist history. He was incredibly generous. He was incredibly kind and generous to people that were coming up, to people that were interested. Didn't he host some people from another country? They barely spoke English. They were broadcasters from another country. Do you remember this years ago, Frank?
Oh, yeah.
And he gave them a tour, and he didn't speak their language, but they were so charmed by him.
Yeah, I don't know if they thought they were at a TV station or what was going on, but yeah, just
he didn't need to know the language. It came through. His personality came through.
Mick, we miss you, and
I miss you, and I hate that this is what brought us together. But can I just say one last thing, because I know you have a billion people that want to talk about him. You know, the late great Dr. Maya Angelou used to say, and I'll paraphrase it: "You may forget what people may forget what you said, and they may forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel." And Sam always made us feel like we were a part of something special, and that he had time for us, and he cared. And that is what I will always remember about that very, very special man.
Michaela, thank
So
you
true.
so much. We appreciate you, and we miss you, and we'll look forward to seeing you next time you're back in town.
You got it. Love you, boys.
Thank you.
We have another member of the KTLA Morning News family on the phone who, in the celebrity world,
subbed for Sam.
Yeah,
from time to
stepped
time.
in for Sam on occasion. Cheryl Lee Ralph. Cheryl Lee, Sam loved you and was so appreciative of you, as all of us were, when you would step in to fill in for Sam. Oh, I guess we're having a little echo issue, a little technical problem. Let's fix.
Alrighty.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, there-
Cheryl Lee, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, you're on the air with us. It's Frank and Eric and Andy. I was just saying that Sam loved you and appreciated you so much, and felt that we were in good hands when you would step in to fill in for him.
You know, that's just the kind of man he was. You know, to notice somebody, and we're talking about knowing this man for years now, for years, and for Sam believing. I remember Sam said to me, "It is no shock, Cheryl, all of this wonderful stuff is happening to you. I knew it would happen." But my God, what a shock today. So sad and so sudden. We just know that tomorrow is promised to none of us. And live the best life you can. And I know that Sam is smiling down saying, "I enjoyed every entertaining moment. Every moment." I can hear him now. Don't cry for me. Of course, we're all a little shocked, but guess what? There's going to be a new story soon. Oh, so sad. And oh my gosh, he will be missed. He will be missed.
What was it like, Cheryl Lee, as a celebrity when you first got to know Sam, when you were coming in to be interviewed? What was that experience like, talking to someone you didn't really know?
Well, for me, what was great about it was that Sam took the time to get to know. It was like sitting down with somebody who was actually interested in you, interested in your career and what it was you were doing that was so entertaining. You know, a lot of people are bored by their jobs. They don't love their jobs. He loved what he was doing.
He sure did.
He did. And we all got to see it every day, every morning, every interview. And he kept it entertaining for us. These mornings will never be the same without Sam Rubin sharing with us the entertainment news.
Cheryl Lee, we're so appreciative of what you're saying about our family member, and we thank you for taking the time to do it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know he would speak for me, so I get to speak for him right now. the entertainment reporter, the one, the only, Sam Rubin.
Shirley,
Thank you.
Shirley Ralph, thank you so much for that.
Take care.
All right.
Thanks so much. I mean, I think what she was saying, that really hits home. And of course, we all know this intrinsically, that, you know, nothing is guaranteed when it comes to life. I mean, we know that, you know, but then something like this happens.
Yeah.
And you realize, yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, every day.
Yeah.
Something could happen.
Yeah.
And you see somebody and they seem like they're fine.
Yeah.
And then the next day they're gone.
Well, and it's a reminder, and I said this on my family thread, we got to say, I love you every time. We got to remember.
That's the thing that kills me,
Yeah.
is I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to him, and I didn't
Yeah.
tell him,
Yeah.
you know, how much he meant to me as a friend. And,
Yeah.
you know, I feel bad about that.
No, he was sitting right here yesterday with us, doing what he does every day, and we had no idea. But what? And maybe he had no idea. We don't know. And he went home, and then we learned the news early this afternoon about what happened. Andy is joining us now. You've been looking at the reaction across Hollywood, and we've been talking to many of these people on the air, but I suspect
there's a lot
it's
more.
widespread.
Yeah, it's really nonstop, and I'll be with you throughout the day as we sort of continue to check in celebrities reacting to the shocking news that we are trying to process, of course. The presence of Sam Rubin is huge in this building and beyond. In Hollywood, Sam, of course, knew everybody, and everybody knew him, sharing stories and their reactions to the news today. And if you knew him on TV, you were glad when you met him in real life, because he was the same guy. And for all the people who got to meet him and talk to him, never forgot. Ben Stiller says, so sad and sorry to hear of Sam Rubin's passing. Consummate pro. I did my first interview with him in something like 1993, and countless times over the years. He loved actors and movies. He made everyone feel comfortable, and it was always fun and easy. He was an institution. We have lost him way too soon. Sending love to his family. Actor Henry Winkler shared his reaction as well. Oh my God, this is a terrible loss for Sam's family, his coworkers, friends, and his fans. It was always a pleasure to be on set with Sam. He will be sorely missed. We Winklers are also saddened by this horrible news. Thank you for your constant support. Love, Henry. And of course, he called in on the broadcast just a little bit earlier. Many people talking about Sam and why they loved him so much. Take a listen.
His warmth, it was like you were the only person he knew in the industry.
Yeah.
When you were being interviewed by him, there was nobody after you, there was nobody before you at that desk. It was you in that seat, and that was all that mattered. He made every human being feel so special, and then got them to open up like a flower.
Mindy Stearns, who filled in and worked with Sam, also shared a story about the kind of magnitude that he had in the industry.
He was kind, he was supportive, he was inclusive. He knew so darn much about so many people. And he had a memory that just could remember so many details. I was always in awe of Sam. And, you know, I kind of, when I grew up, I wanted to be Sam in some ways, because, you know, he was the quintessential entertainment god in Hollywood. Was grateful when I would fill in, and when we were on the red carpet, there was no lack of banter and jokes and poking at one another and self-deprecating humor, and Sam was always good for that.
Sam loved his job, and he loved Hollywood, and you knew it. Director of Bridesmaids, Paul Feig, tweeted, "Devastated by the news, I truly loved Sam, who was so supportive of me and the industry in general. He was the best. I can't quite process him being gone. Sending so much love to his family and friends. So sad. R.I.P. Sam. Love you, pal." And Octavia Spencer also tweeted her memories of Sam and reacted to his death, saying, "So sad to learn that we've lost Sam Rubin. It's always a pleasure to see him and be in his presence. My condolences to his family and his fans." I think when you first came on the air, Frank, you said unthinkable.
Yeah.
Maybe a word similar to that, or a synonym to that. And it does seem like an unbelievable shock.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem possible. And someone who is just so much the energy and the heart and soul of this place, and whose voice, whether he's on TV or just in the hallway, reverberates through the building. And I think that even sitting here, it's impossible to think that this is real.
Yeah.
And I think that we are all, at least in the newsroom, so thankful that the two of you who knew and loved him so well are here doing this and paying tribute to him, not in a morbid way, but in a really sweet and really wonderful and in a way that has a lot of humor in it, which I think is probably how he would prefer it.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, he'd like
in
us
so
to
many ways.
praise him much more, I think. But and I think
He was a person who was not embarrassed to be praised. He enjoyed
No,
it
he
quite a
loved it.
bit.
He also it amuses me in a way that you're here talking about it.
I think
because
he would be real annoyed.
because
No, I don't think so.
you were we always said to him, you were the young,
You're the young
Sam
version of
Rubin.
him.
Thank you.
And so it would he would love it, but also hate it.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, I hate it honestly. I wish we weren't
yeah,
doing
of
this. And I
course.
think one of the things with him is that I was really lucky to fill in for him a lot. But the bummer with that is that you don't get to be on TV with him.
Yeah.
You know, so if you grow up, and even I grew up in Indiana, I knew about KTLA and I watched and I was aware. And when I came here finally 5 years ago, when we started our show, it was like, do the thing that you all figured out in the early 90s as much as we could. Try to emulate that. Try to be like that. And it's no, I guess, secret that a lot of us are just doing a bad Sam Rubin impression.
Right.
But, you know, to finally, I guess, get to see him and even to fill in for Mark and be on set with him, you always wanted that because he was so fun and he was hilarious and he brought that energy, the weather with him anywhere he went.
Yes.
And it just seems impossible. So.
Andy, thank you for that. We have another special member of our KTLA family, Lisa Gibbons, on the line with us. And Lisa, we've lost our friend Sam.
You know, the world has lost Sam. And guys, I love just experiencing these tributes and hearing what you all are saying and the clips and just the wisdom that comes in the wake of this kind of heartache. To his family and those who loved him the closest, just sympathies and condolences. All of you brothers and sisters at KTLA and beyond, I mean, it feels like, and hearing what people are saying, it feels like this emotional bomb has just gone off in Hollywood, doesn't it?
It really does.
You know, it's just so unthinkable, and everyone's trying to wrap their heads around this very goofy and gregarious guy who is kind and funny and whip smart. You know, you guys know as well as anyone, Sam was smart about the business. He was really smart about people, though, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and just smart. I mean, the guy...
He was an encyclopedia.
He really was. He was aware of whatever was going on in not just the entertainment world, but in the news, and that's why he was so perfect. I felt that there was something missing on the show when he wasn't here.
Yeah.
I mean, we have wonderful people who would fill in, but Sam also was able to somehow put his hand into the world of news and the intersection of news and culture and pop culture. And sometimes those things merge, and he was the perfect person to tell that story.
He was like
knew
a
how to do it.
Renaissance man. I mean, he was great on a food segment, of course, because he loved food.
Yeah.
But he could do an exercise segment pretty well, and then turn to a kind of a hard news story about the industry and, you know, profits and things like that, or streaming networks and what was happening with them.
Right.
And he'd make that transition so well.
And I
made it look easy.
I
It's
love-
not easy, by the way.
Not
This
at
is
all.
not an easy job.
Well, Lisa knows that better than anyone. It's not an easy job to do that tap dance, especially when it's live, right?
Well, nobody better live, as you know, than Sam. I mean, he was curious and he was present. And those things make people feel special, whether you're watching him or whether you're with him. So whether he was that guy on the set with this broad-based knowledge that you're talking about, the entertainment guy on the red carpet in people's homes, he showed up. He showed up on camera, and he showed up for his friends in the private ways that we've been hearing, that you all have been sharing. That great attitude, but that classic irreverence was kind of always there. But he was dead set serious about making people feel special. It was just his gift. Back in the days of my talk show, Sam was one of the first people, the go-to people that we went, wow, well, we need somebody to handle entertainment. Okay, Sam Rubin, you're it. And he not only handled, as he has made a legend of, knowing everything and everyone in entertainment, but he gave such great insight about the show, and he gave great insight about what
And he
about
wasn't
this,
afraid to
and
share
try
it,
this.
I'm sure.
No, he wasn't. And you know what? Everybody listened. He was just a mentor. He was a favorite. He was that ultimate pro, best friends with everybody that he ever brushed shoulders with, really.
I love some of the images, and there was one we showed a minute ago of him on an American Airlines flight. He was the king of the boondoggle as well.
Oh my God!
He loved to take reporting trips, quote unquote, junkets, wherever they were in the world, and I think
actually got a free trip to the South Pole.
Yes, he did.
Which is remarkable. I mean,
yeah.
he'd come back and he was gone for like 3 weeks.
Well, he was on a luxury ship for that one.
and it was an opportunity. I don't know how he managed to put that together, but he was gone for this very long period of time. And it's just like, hats off to you, man. How did you manage to do that? You got a free trip to the South Pole.
He could totally work he could work any situation, couldn't he? And in an industry where there's sometimes, I think people get sort of accustomed to, the spotlight, or accustomed to the glamour or the attention or whatever. With Sam, it always felt brand new. There was no dread factor. He was just in it for whatever the assignment was. He was just in it. And if you were beside him, as you guys know better than anyone, nowhere safer in the world to be than on air live with Sam.
Yes, yeah. And that's so well said, Lisa, because I think that and you must know this, having come up through the ranks and really put in your time and reported from a lot of places before you became a national figure. It's not always that way, is it?
No, it's often not that way. And I believe that's why we're seeing such devotion, deep, not Hollywood devotion. I say that with great respect, but not superficial devotion, I should say. This is real connections that he made a difference in people's lives. He picked up the phone. He asked us about our families. He made time for people. He didn't just flatter you. He meant it. Yeah. He meant it. Or at least we all felt it. So we are missing him, all of you. I'm crestfallen for how much this hurts, but I'm inspired by how much you are paying tribute to him and to who he really was and is and forevermore will be. Just nobody like him.
Yeah, we're so happy to do it, and I, as Eric alluded to earlier, Sam would be very happy that we were spending this much airtime talking about him. He, with the Tom Brady roast that went 3 hours, he would have appreciated a similar thing for himself. And
I kind of think you're right about that. So I think you're right. So good for you guys.
Yeah. Lisa, thank you so much.
Thanks for letting me love up on him too. Thank you so
bet.
much.
Have a wonderful day. All right.
What do we have here next? All right. Let's. We've been hearing from. We want to put together some of the clips from Sam's career, and there's so many. I don't know how they found these, but here's some examples of Sam over the years.
I owe Sam. Sam has been letting me come on your show for like a way long time.
Wait.
Decades.
Can we backtrack this a second? Sam is letting me on your show.
Right.
That's the way he tells
The show is his show.
I'm just wondering what you're talking about.
All right. But that. Okay. It's Sam's little corner of your shared televisual experience.
Right. Here is my effect on beautiful women like Alyssa Milano. And let's be honest, it's true. I have given
He's
her,
so modest.
Let's just tell the truth. I've given her goosebumps not once, but twice. This morning.
Wow. It is
Look
a
at
little
that.
chilly in our green room, though. I enjoy that. This is what you do. I don't, when the camera's rolling, you go like this. You don't really kiss until you're actually shooting.
I see.
But every time I did that, I wanted to go.
What?
How did
that was cool. That was me in
almost
proximity to.
so close. But now the story will be, Linda, that that you guys did kiss.
Yeah. If you win,
Buckle up.
if you win a Golden Globe or an Oscar for Paul Blart Mall Cop 2, okay, if that happens, when you go to the stage, what's the first thing you're going to say?
I would like to thank Sam Rubin for starting my career on Hollywood Uncensored. That was the pivotal change in my career. Being there with him.
There it is.
That show, never heard of it.
Oh, come on. That show ran forever.
On the Reels channel.
On the Reels channel.
All 5 people, thank you for watching.
It's just love, right? Come on, man.
Give me some. You get that.
See, now you got that unicorn love on you.
You know, and again, that showcases some of his remarkable talent. You know, things happen in an interview, things happen on the set. Somehow, he finds the humor, and he rolls with it.
Yeah.
You know, and he wasn't too buttoned up to have fun with anybody or anything that might happen. And live TV, you know, is full of surprises sometimes, and he was totally comfortable with that.
He sure
loved
was.
it.
If you're just joining us as we come up on the 3 o'clock hour, we have been on for a couple of hours now talking about our friend Sam Rubin, remembering Sam Rubin, our dear friend. We lost him today. He died at the age of 64. We don't have any of the details of what happened, but we do know that we made sure that we talked to his family, with Leslie, his wife, and to make sure that his broader family members had been contacted before we went to air. So you may have heard about this story first somewhere else, but we wanted to be as careful as possible and as respectful as possible to Sam's family and friend circle. But Sam is gone, and it has been our joy to celebrate the moments of Sam's life in a way that we were not expecting to do.
No.
We were all headed off to our weekends and then learn the news, but we felt compelled to come back to be with you, because we know that he touched so many of you in a profound way as well. And I know our Gene Kang he's been reporting on this, and we're going to check in with Gene in a few moments, talking to viewers.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, that's the one. We spoke to a lot of famous people. He had a remarkable impact on people's lives, just regular people. And you know, this time of day in the morning, it's such a critical time. I mean, you're a guest in somebody's homes in a way that you're not at other times of the day. And he broke through the glass in such an important way.
And Gene is doing his reporting. Karine, you've been talking to people right outside of the station here. Karine Winter is with us.
We've been talking to people. My phone has been blowing up just with people in disbelief, absolute disbelief. We are at a loss for words. It's been a tough day here at KTLA. Our hearts are broken. Sam Rubin had a heart of gold, and he meant so much to us, and we are still. It's really important for viewers to know when we sit here or we're out in the field, we're trained, right? We get to hold it together, and we can deliver whatever we want to tell you. I am here to tell you personally, it's been so difficult. I don't know how Frank, you and Eric have been holding up, but in that newsroom, around the station, people are broken. They're tears, people are in shock. So we are still processing this, as you probably are at home. But we want to do justice to Sam's life and, you know, to show you what he's meant for Los Angeles. He was beloved, he was a talent, and he delivered entertainment unlike any other. Take a look.
Always very exciting. Channel 5, the flagship affiliate.
His infectious smile.
2024 Grammy nominations.
Spirited laughter.
Because we've been doing this for a long time.
And high energy.
Forget all these awards.
For decades, since 1991, audiences all across the Southland woke up to this familiar face.
And that 2011 has featured a slew of bad movies.
Sam Rubin. He was a staple on the KTLA Morning News, but for viewers, he was much more.
So much more from the Critics' Choice Awards. An important award is for Best Foreign Language Film, the 91st Academy Awards.
As a fixture in Hollywood, you'd often catch him schmoozing with celebs on the red carpet or chatting it up with stars on set. Sam's welcoming demeanor made everyone feel comfortable. It really was like talking to a friend. The TV veteran didn't just deliver stories and conduct interviews. He captivated viewers with a signature style that made him an industry legend.
Most fans first became familiar with Penny Marshall
from award shows,
Critics' Choice Awards were here at Barker Hangar,
to reporting on blockbuster news involving celebrities. Sam covered the entertainment industry like no other journalist here in Los Angeles. He was experienced, he was trusted, and so beloved.
Sunday night here in Beverly Hills,
Sam launched his own production company, SRE Inc., which produced hundreds of hours of broadcast and cable programming. He received numerous awards over his lengthy career, including a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Southern California Broadcasters Association. Sam also had a passion off air, something dear to his heart: the MS-150 Beta Bike Tour, which helped literacy programs and supported LA schools.
And among the nice things about working here for a little bit is your kids, of course.
Perhaps Sam's biggest love, his family, who he always beamed about. His wife, Leslie, and their children, Colby and Darcy, and former wife, Julie, and their daughters, Perry and Rory. Sam lived and worked here in Southern California almost his entire life. He was born in San Diego in 1960. Went to Occidental College, and would eventually make his amazing career right here on Channel 5.
Reporting from the Oscars, I'm Sam Rubin.
Sam Rubin became Channel 5. In many ways, the heart and soul of KTLA, a more than 3-decade-long run.
Not to date myself here, does anybody remember when you used to dress up to go on the plane? It was like a big deal?
This was his last show appearance this week, and in typical Sam fashion, he cracked jokes and flashed smiles. Many will remember him as a news icon, but to those who truly knew his talent, the bigger-than-life personality, Sam Rubin represented so much more. He lived life to the fullest, owning every moment, the highs and lows, while bringing others along for the ride.
In the newsroom, I'm Sam Rubin.
Yeah, and what a ride it was. I think something that's helped a lot of us around the station really get through this day, and it's just beginning, processing these feelings. We miss him so much already. Have been the stories that people have been sharing. I want to share 2 quick stories. I walked into KTLA, gosh, it was so long ago, 2013, right? Started freelancing. And you come into any newsroom, not to mention a KTLA newsroom here in Los Angeles, it's intimidating.
Yeah.
One of the first people to greet me, Sam Rubin. Hey, Kareen. And we had seen each other covering entertainment around town. So it's like, hey, Sam. And he gave me the biggest bear hug. And I felt, you know what? It's going to be a good day.
Oh.
Sam's got my back.
Yeah.
And that's how Sam always made people feel, like you were special. He really cared. And that was a Sam touch, right? His signature style.
Yeah.
Saw Sam a couple weeks ago. We were literally passing ships here because you guys get up brutally early, crack of dawn. And I come in mid-morning exhausted. You see me, right?
Yes.
Still wanting my 3rd cup of coffee. And Sam saw me. Hey, Kareen, energy on 10. Okay, my energy level too. Hey, Sam, how are the kids? They're fine, driving me crazy. All right, you good? Yep. And that was Sam.
Yeah.
Loads of energy. Doesn't matter how busy. He was the busiest man in KTLA.
No, he worked
He
so
always
hard.
found the time to stop, to greet you, perhaps give you a hug if you were lucky, make sure you were okay, and went off to the other assignment. And that's how I'll remember Sam, as loving his family here. He didn't come to work every day. This wasn't a job for him. This was his second home. He was so loved here. He had a lot of family and friends. As I mentioned, he's already so missed. And I wish I could just give Sam a hug one last time.
Yeah. Well, thank you. You had an impossible job of trying to put together a...
Yeah, you did a good job.
Yes.
Thank you.
Really good
Because
job.
there are so
much. Where do you
many
start?
memories, so many clips. It really should be a documentary because he had just such an iconic career.
Yeah.
In covering
You
entertainment.
talk about the hours that we work, and of course, when you wake up in the middle of the night, you tend to talk about the hours a lot. And one of the things he always did, he'd call you up and he'd say, "I had the greatest nap."
Every
You would
day
not
we would
believe it.
talk about naps.
Napping. He also found places around the station to sleep.
Wow.
And he would tell you, this is the greatest place. You could actually lay out on this couch here, and you could close the door, turn out the lights, and get an hour or 2 of sleep. I mean, that's
Yeah,
He was always looking for
this
that
week,
place.
I think he told me he had 1 3-hour nap, and I was just in awe. It ended at 5:30. He woke up, had dinner, and went back to sleep. Wow.
Right.
So he.
And that was, and when he would tell you about that, he had such pride.
Yeah, of course.
He was like, I took a 3-hour nap. You would not believe how great it was.
He could sleep everywhere, and we actually have video of him sleeping constantly, even here at the station.
Yes.
So we would love to kid him about that. Gosh, Karine, thank you so much. That was beautifully done.
Thanks.
And
Appreciate
nicely
it.
said.
Thank you.
Do we want to? Elizabeth Espinoza is with us. Elizabeth, you haven't been with us at KTLA for a while, but you came in the other day for a segment with us on the morning news. We miss you, and we're so glad that you're here to join us.
You know what? Good afternoon, and let me just say that I am in shock. My jaw just dropped. I just turned on the TV, and I was with my parents, and we both, I mean, all of us just kind of burst into tears. We're like, this can't be real. I mean, it really is surreal. I'm in shock as much as I can just feel the viewers right now. That are like, are you going to be kidding me? And like Karine said, and I'm sure Eric, you know this, everybody, Frank, your phones are blowing up. Everybody's been texting me as well since then. Like, oh my God, is this true? What happened? What are the, all the details? And I'm like, I don't know. I can't believe it because he's so young. 64 is so young. And I just saw him, to your point, Frank. It was such a gift to be able to come back to KTLA in January to talk about kidney transplantation. As you know, I shared about my mom's journey. She needs a living kidney donor. And I actually mentioned it to Sam in passing, right? Because he was still there. He's running around. And in good Sam Rubin fashion, gave me a hug. And I usually take a selfie with him, too. And I said, I'm going to run over there. But I said, I'll see you soon. And here we are. And to Cheryl Lee Ralph's point about tomorrow's not promised to anyone. I mean, this is, again, like a reminder. Eric, you mentioned that. We know it, but then when we live it, we know it again. Yeah. And it's overwhelming, right? I mean, it just kind of shakes us to our core. And Frank, you're right. We have to say I love you to each other every day. And so I got a chance now to say to both of you, I love you both. I miss you guys so much. I miss all of the KTLA family. And you guys do such a beautiful job. And Sam was definitely an integral part of that. I love the fact that it didn't matter how early it was in the morning. I was off to my assignment, right, on the morning show. And his energy was just top notch. And he didn't stop. And I know he's loving this attention. So you're right about that, too. He is loving it because he was about that. But, boy, it wasn't a job for him. I mean, he really set the bar high, right, for all of us even to follow through. And when he would do his stories, it was always such an inspiration. I remember when I was at Good LA, okay, back in the day, with Jillian, Barbary, and, Dorothy and Steve, we would watch KTLA, right, the competition at the time. And Sam, with his stories, it was like, oh, it's such great delivery. And then I finally came over to the KTLA family, was there, gosh, with you guys for over a decade. And it was just watching this gift, right, of ability of telling stories, of doing entertainment, and making stories that sometimes I thought were actually not great, compelling. And we all know that's not easy to do.
No, he was the king of the tease as well.
The tease, he would do these teases, and you'd be like, whoa, that's got to be something amazing that he's going to tell me. And then, it would be a little bit disappointing.
Right.
Because he wouldn't be able to deliver.
Right.
The tease was outstanding.
Yes.
I mean,
if only the story delivered on that tease.
There's just no way there could be a story
fantastic.
that was as good as the tease that Sam would do. He was the greatest tease writer of all time.
Absolutely. And, my heart's so broken because I feel like it wasn't that long ago. I looked at the TV and I'm like, what? We lost Warren, who was our weather producer, right, on the morning show, who worked closely with Sam Rubin, did a lot of skits with him with the wigs and all that funny stuff. I remember we were at the old set. Remember that of the other side, right, of the newsroom. And it was so funny. I would see him run and give him a prop or do something, and then I would watch it in the corner of my eye, and I'm like, oh, my God, that was brilliant. That was so funny. You must be in shock even more so because you sit with him, and you were just, like you said, Frank, you just had him there yesterday.
Yeah.
And I want you to know that today is May 10th. It is Mother's Day in Latin America.
Yeah.
And so my mom and I were just talking about, like, what are we going to do with, Dia de la Madre? So happy Mother's Day to all moms out there. And I just want to send my most, my biggest hug, love, prayers to his wife, who's a mom, and to the kids, and to close family and friends, because we are processing it in our own way. But this is, it's for them, it's family, it's devastating. And there's so many clips, and it's like he's still here with us, right? At least that's the beauty of having been on television for as long as he was, that we still have him there. But I just, I wrap my arms around this family and tell them that we are with you in spirit. I know that's true for all the viewers, because all the years being out there with, our viewers, they're so loving and they really care about us. And I know that they are holding you, you guys and Sam's family tightly.
Elizabeth, we appreciate it. And you're absolutely right about what you're saying. And I think that our viewers felt so close to Sam, and they would tell him so frequently when they met him in the street. So thank you. Mario Lopez is joining us. He's another friend of our broadcast.
Knows
Mario,
Sam for years.
You've been coming on the show for so many years, and have known Sammy forever. I want to hear your thoughts.
Oh, man, I got to tell you, I haven't been genuinely sad in a long, long time, and this really just kind of messed me up. And I think I told you this, Frank. We wake up to you guys every morning, and you're a constant presence at Casa Lopez there, and it's like you become part of the family. And Sam, who I see on all the red carpets and in all these events throughout the years, the last 15 years at least, since I've been working on my show. I was just, it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I was just genuinely sad. I just got off the phone with my wife, and we were both like, God, this is really, this is just so awful, and caught off guard. I saw you when you got the news, and you were emotional and made me emotional, and oh man, it's just a tough thing to sort of process. But I just wanted to call out of respects and say how much I loved him and love you guys, and you've done such a beautiful job.
Well, the love goes back to you, Mario, and I know that Sam not only loved you, he aspired to be you.
He was jealous of you, basically.
We're seeing Tootie right now, and I have to say, every time you came in, he was always talking about your guy.
He was always trying to steal my guy Tootie. I'm like, you don't want him. Having Tootie's like losing two guys. It was the best running joke. And my boy Tootie works with me. He was genuinely sad. We both just posted something on our social.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, he really was not only just a pillar of the community, but just such a staple in the entertainment scene here. And it's just hit us on a personal level so hard. And I was proud to call him a friend and to know him and you guys. And it honestly feels like you lost someone, part of the family.
Just for a second, to talk about the professional skills that he had. I mean, you've spent a lot of time on the red carpet. What's that experience like, and how was Sam able to do that so well?
I learned a lot from him, too. He was always so well prepared, and I think that was key. And he was genuinely, like me, a fan of entertainment. He loved TV. He loved music. He loved film. And I think when other celebrities of talent see that, they respect that, they see that as not only a sign of respect, but that you put in the work, and you end up kind of letting your guard down a little bit and probably conveying more that you want. So we had a special talent for that, and it was authentic coming from him, and you could tell he loved doing what he was doing.
He sure did. And I got to tell you, Mario, he really did enjoy your appearances with us. We always considered you part of the family, and we will continue to consider you part of our family, and we look forward to seeing you again. And we're so grateful that you would take the time to pay tribute to Sam.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you giving me the time, and I tip of the hat to you guys being there today. I can't imagine how hard it is. So God bless you, and please give everyone my best.
Thank you,
We sure will.
All right.
Sam was an important part of the Critics' Choice
He's like
Association.
a founder of it,
yeah,
basically.
And I believe was still on the board, and they have issued this statement that the Critics' Choice Award devastated. Can we put it on the screen? Is devastated by the sudden loss of our dear friend Sam Rubin. a longtime member of our board of directors and a guiding force throughout our 30-year history. Sam's generous spirit, unfailing good humor, and deep knowledge of Hollywood made him a legend in the entertainment business and a trusted friend to millions of viewers and to hundreds of stars who relaxed in easy conversation with him on his set at KTLA and on countless red carpets. That is so perfectly said, and really, they say, as we absorb the shock of this terrible loss, our hearts go out to his wife and children. May his memory be a blessing. And we're talking about wife Leslie, Perry, Rory, Darcy, and Colby, his children.
All right, we're going to talk to Scott. I mean, you knew Sam well for years. I mean, you attended a lot of the same junkets.
Oh, yeah.
And you filled in for him today, and I have to say that Sam would not let someone fill in for him unless he felt that he endorsed them, could trust them, and with the important job of stepping in for him, and he felt that way about you. And I just wonder, you know, we were sitting with him just yesterday, and now he is gone, and you've walked through the newsroom and talked to the folks in the entertainment department. It is not an easy day. We're trying to have some moments of levity here, but it is not easy back there in the newsroom.
No, it's absolutely not. First of all, you're right. First of all, whenever I saw Sam around, you know, this goes back to just when I was, you know, at my previous job at Access Hollywood. You know, we always would talk about just the movies we'd seen. Whenever I said hi to him, I would always say the same thing. I don't know if anybody else greeted him this way. I'd say, there he is, the godfather of entertainment news.
And he enjoyed that, actually.
And he enjoyed it. Absolutely. I just saw him last week, and there he is, the godfather of entertainment news. And I remember the first time he asked me to fill in for him. It was, I guess, 2016. Your Christmas party was the night before the Golden Globe nominations.
Right.
So he calls me up and says, hey, look, our Christmas party is tonight. There's no way I'm getting up in the morning to do a show, let alone Golden Globe nomination.
Right.
Can you fill in? And I just went, you want me to fill in for you? But, you know, that was like, you know, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. And now here I am, you know, on a regular basis. He has me fill in. I always come in and do reviews for him. And, you know, I do live hits for you all. And I know, believe me, Frank, I know that he would not trust out with, y'all would not trust out with just anybody.
Yeah, right. Just the other day, you did that big movie preview show outside, and here's a clip of it. And the two of you out there together, I mean, he just really, like once a year he did this, the summer preview.
Oh, it was so fun.
And he really enjoyed it.
He really enjoyed it. And you know, like, he really enjoyed everything about this. He really enjoyed everything
the
about
food.
this business. He definitely enjoyed the food. But, you know, I just interviewed him for a documentary I'm doing on Christmas movies. And then like 3 days later, he's having me do, you know, the summer movie preview. And you know, whenever I saw him, he would say, he'd be, what have you seen? What did you like? What didn't you like? You know, like, because, you know, he trusted my opinion and everything like that. But I have to say, like, you know, obviously, I mean, I love coming in here. I really feel like family. And when I'm home, you know, in the mornings that I'm not here, I always turn on KTLA every single morning. I start my day with y'all, and I end at like, you know, 11:30 or so. And you know, like every day, you know, you're with me, all of you are with me every single day. But whether it was in the mornings, you know, on the morning news, out in the field, doing like the red carpets at the premieres, and especially at the award shows, Critics' Choice, the pre-show for the Oscars and the Emmys, you know, Sam and Jessica, they were absolutely, they were a great team. They were great chemistry together, absolute professionals. Nothing would throw them.
Nothing threw that guy.
Nothing.
Nothing on TV. Nothing that TV could throw at you. And there's a lot of technical issues that could come up that could be unnerving. I never saw him lose his cool.
You know why?
Why?
Because he is a professional.
Yes.
Just like you all. You are professionals. I moved
now,
out
he
here.
kind of had, he took it to a different level. He really did.
Yeah, I moved out here in 1991. And so he was already doing entertainment news when I first got here in 91. So I've never known a time in LA when he wasn't like the guy. And I have to say this about Sam. And this is important. You know, a lot of people who watch Sam in the mornings or out in the field or doing the award shows, sure, you see him as a professional. He's fun. He's got great chemistry with the hosts here and with Jessica out in the field doing the award shows. But one word I have to say about Sam is this. He is generous. He is generous. Like you said, Frank, he trusted me to sit in that chair. On the mornings when he couldn't do it, or you know, Daniel wasn't available to do it. I know, believe me, I know absolutely that is you have to earn it. You have to be trusted to do that.
Well, he had this phrase, He called it, and this is the worst thing that you could do if you were Sam, is if somebody was, what in his words, punching down. In other words,
yes.
sort of, taking it out on people who were below you
His
in
pay grade,
stature
yes.
or rank or
Yeah.
whatever. He just thought that was very bad, and
But-
just bad form.
but
He
Eric-
wanted to treat people, everybody.
And he was on the flip side of that. He was happy to punch up.
Yes.
Right.
No, that's what he excelled in.
Yes, and in
is
fact,
punching
one of
up.
the things, I mean, some of the stories that are untold is, we've had people who've suffered health situations or various things that required someone of his stature to step up and to say on their behalf, you know what, take a look at this again, bosses.
Yes.
And he was one of those guys who was always the first when he felt that there was an injustice. That he was
Much
willing
to the
do that.
chagrin of the managers.
Yeah.
Sometimes who would find him in their offices lobbying for somebody who hadn't been treated properly.
I'm here because of him. I'm here. I am here, and I've been here like on a regular basis these last 5 years because of him, because of Grace Mendoza, the two of them. That's why I'm here, and thank you for having me. Come
Well,
back.
Scott Movie Mance, you'll be with us
Thank you.
for more time. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Joining us is another member, an extended member of our family, cousin to our executive producer, Marcus, Sherry Shepard. Sherry, Sam loved talking about you and was so proud of you via Marcus. And we consider you part of family. We followed you all the time. Sam was always talking about what's Sherry up to. I just want your thoughts on this day.
I'm devastated. I've known Sam Rubin since my very first sitcom, I think in 1995. And I have to tell you, he's been one of the kindest men that I've ever had to work with. He was always every press junket. He made sure he did his research. He asked really wonderful questions, and he was honest. I would ask him sometimes, Sam, when I would see him at press junkets, what did you think about the last thing I did? And he'd go, it was greater. I think you missed the mark, Sherry.
And that was okay, right?
And it was fun. It was great because Sam Rubin is one of those men that you trusted. He'd come in with his three-piece suit. He'd have his pen in his blazer. I just trusted Sam. As soon as Sam came in, I was very calm. So I truly love Sam Rubin. What a gentleman and a kind, empathetic person.
I think that's true. I mean, he was very empathetic. He was able to find things to talk about with people and to find things that they were interested in. And, he had really a remarkable skill when it came to talking to famous people.
He sure did.
He did. He just, he was joy personified when he would walk into a room. And frequently, not just me, but he would come in the room and everybody would go, Sam! He was one of those people you just knew and relied on. And what a loss.
It is, what a loss. But don't you think he would appreciate all the airtime that we're given to him today?
Sam would find a way to turn it around. But I just want to say, my love is with you all. My prayer is with you because I know it's devastating because you were with him way more than I was. But he definitely had a big place in my heart.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you sharing your thoughts. I mean, he made it look easy here.
He sure did.
This is a long program in the morning. He comes in at 6 or 6:30 and he's doing stuff until 11. And even if you tune in at I think his last hit is at 10:50, he's got that energy and there's something new that he's written.
Yeah.
He's put something new together to pump up and to share. And, he writes everything. Most of, he has a staff. They put things together
Into
for
his
him
scripts.
too. But he sits there at the computer and writes them.
And what was wonderful was that when the producers would slip in a line, that would joke about him into his script.
Or what was wonderful was when they would cut some of his segment because he'd ran too long, which happened on a an hourly basis. He'd go too long. They'd cut out a story, and he'd stare at the camera and he'd go, "Why? Why are you doing this?
What are you running
rushing
to?
Rushing to nothing," he would say.
But sometimes a line would be inserted that he was supposed to read, and unlike Ron Burgundy, he wouldn't read it.
No.
He would read it to himself, but he would include you at home in on the joke and say, "Here's what these producers have written that they want me to say about myself," and he just...
I'm not going to do it.
And
Yeah.
it was wonderful. Such a wonderful human being. It is 3:28, and we just learned this news in the last 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah.
And we've
been
made
just talking to people. I think, do we have Nick Varios on the line?
Yes. Well, let's get Nick. Nick, you've for folks who don't know, you would come in on a regular basis with the award shows, and we consider you part of our family as well to talk about fashions. And I just wonder, for someone who was a contributor to our show, what did Sam mean to you?
Oh, I'm going to try to hold it together here.
It's okay.
But you know, I just learned the news. I was actually on a plane flying to Dallas, and I landed, and David, my husband, texted me saying, "Please call me." And then he told me the news, and we just both started crying. It's so hard to believe, and I have to tell you, you know, my experience with Sam is, I remember, I just thought of him as such an icon, and yet he treated me as special as I thought he was to me. And I'm nobody. I'm just a designer. I'm just a fashion expert that would come in, you know, for award shows, and he would, and I just thought that he was a class act, and I just felt it so special because he really, you know, like I said, to me he was such an icon, but he treated me and treated everyone as they were themselves icons and special. He treated me like I was important and gave me the confidence to work alongside. I remember being so nervous because he was so good at his job and so natural that I didn't think I could live up to him. So what I think of him is just how kind, and I know people have said this, how kind he is and how he treated you so equally. You know, I remember this last Oscars, I came into the hotel room and he asked me for my advice on his shoes and his cufflinks and his tie, and it felt like he really wanted it.
He did. He did it. And actually,
he probably
Nick,
needed it too. He definitely needed it.
Nick, in fact, there were times when, you know, we see him in these beautiful suits in all these clips.
Yeah.
But he really needed help with the casual.
But even with the suit, a lot of times he was sort of rumpled. Rumpled would be the word I would use for him.
I love it. I love it. I just thought that if I have a loving memory of him, it's that. And you know, again, the last Oscars, the night before we had to go on for our KTLA Live from the Oscars, I went to see Madonna. And he remembered this because I was at rehearsals. And so the next day, Oscar Sunday, without missing a beat, he turned to me and he said, "How is Madonna?" It's just incredible because it's, you know, those people that say, "How are you?" but they may not mean it. He really meant it.
He did. You're absolutely right.
There was one time where he was on the red carpet, and you know, he was interviewing one celebrity, and another bigger celebrity came behind him, and he saw the second celebrity and sort of brushed off the first one, and that person made a big deal out of it and called him out on the carpet. But typical Sam, he was able to laugh about that,
right,
and make fun of himself,
yeah,
because that was kind of lame when he did that. But
well, Nick, thank you for your kind memory, and it's meaningful to us to hear what you've said. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for letting me be part of the family, and I love you, Sam. Thank you for making me feel an icon such as yourself. loving memories. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks.
We got JG on the phone.
Yes, Jennifer Gould, who...
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I know we talked to Mark earlier, and I could tell he's taking it hard. How are you guys doing?
That's an understatement.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he sat up there with Mark and you, Eric, and obviously Barbara and Carlos for more than 33 years, and I can't believe I'm going to say the words, you know, he was a generous man instead of he is a generous man. He was a kind man. All of the memories that I have with my husband, some of the moments from our engagement to anniversaries, Sam created those moments and put them on the air. In fact, I every video that I go through, whether it's on my Instagram or on my computer, those are moments that Sam created. Any quips that I had while still watching the news that I'd tweet out, next thing you know, I hear my tweet being read aloud on the air. And his favorite
with
thing
or
was
without
my
your permission.
hashtag, longest right. Always, you know, I had to kind of sit here and before I pressed send, know that this could end up on air. And he loved that hashtag. He used to always say longest wife ever. And the funniest thing is I heard Mark call in say that Sam introduced him to his third wife, now obviously ex-wife. But what Mark didn't know for a long time is Sam also tried to set me up with someone, with a friend of his who either was a chef or owned a restaurant or something. And the funny thing is that when Sam called me up to set me up with this other gentleman, this restaurateur, I was sitting with Mark having breakfast. So Mark and I were already dating.
He didn't know that, obviously.
No one did. But any crime project I was working on, Sam plugged. When I wanted to go all in on true crime, Sam was working with the Reels channel at the time, and they had gone from general programming to crime. He said, hey, if you have an idea, I'll walk it for you through the door. I mean, he was that kind and generous and proactive to see his friends succeed. And like you said, you know, he fought for his friends, and he was a beautiful writer because I would give him the treatment that was written for a crime show, and then when I heard it on the air come through his mouth, it was better than the way I had written it. So this is a huge loss, to say the least. He is synonymous with entertainment. He is an entertainment legend. He is a KTLA icon. And see, I have to catch myself and say was.
Yeah.
This is a huge void that can't be filled. And my husband's in another room with the door closed because that's his friend and his partner. And this is a tough one, which I know you guys are feeling right now.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling it every time I look at any of these video moments that I have.
Yeah. Well, Jennifer, thank you, and give our Mark a hug as well. Put an arm around him.
Yeah. Yeah. Love you guys. Miss you all. My condolences to everyone.
Thank you.
When we celebrate our anniversaries here at KTLA, we do special shows, and on the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the morning show, we did a special story on Sam.
Here were some moments.
Sam Rubin, ladies and gentlemen. I live in this moment right now with you, Sam.
See? This is how I'm meant to live. Could I do backup for you guys?
I think you got a little work to do, bro.
I love Sam Rubin so much.
Sam's the greatest.
Sam is the most talented entertainment reporter and anchor I've ever met.
I've kind of always wanted to do this. So when I first got on the morning news, I was like, I can't believe I'm sitting here, and I hope I can sit here for a long time. Kermit, what I thought was very magnanimous of you.
But I certainly like using the word magnanimous.
Yes, all right.
It's such a big word.
Magnanimous.
Magnanimous.
Look at you. You think you somebody with your little glasses. I see you.
Don't you like
You
it,
think you
Harley?
sexy.
No, I haven't.
I'll say this isn't without vanity, but it probably is. I thought, oh my gosh, you know, everybody's going to watch, everybody's going to see me. And maybe 2 weeks in, I realized nobody's watching. My mother would watch for 1 hour a day, and her great review was, you know, 1 hour a day, it's all I can take. You know, I figured this was not going well. And they brought a new executive producer in, a guy named Joel Tater. You're all going to get fired anyway, so you should just do whatever you want.
Sam, you forgot your microphone again. How appropriate.
And we were just...
And that was the most important lesson.
I'm very nervous. We're going to try to get in to the Channel 2 newsroom.
The very first Sam mug. We do not put on these ridiculous shorts and run around for our health. You know, and this was a slow build, but it became increasingly clear that the people, you know, we cover as an entertainment reporter watch the show.
Hi, family.
Hi, nice to see you, family.
It's in our bed every morning.
My grandmother's here. She loves you. You have given me brownie points for the rest of my life.
KTLA. Best entertainment coverage on the red carpet, KTLA.
Very good. Wow. Let's go. Let's go, Sam.
Think about over the years how many people have come into KTLA because of Sam, to be interviewed by Sam.
Enjoy the day. Thanks so much. Good to see you. Thank you. Taylor Swift playing her Taylor.
Just a boy in a Chevy truck.
I think one of Sam's greatest strengths is Sam has a way of talking to people without them really even know he's talking to them.
Is it shampoo and conditioner or just shampoo? What is the hair regimen, Jared? Good morning to you.
Well, you know, my friend, it's a toupee.
Sam's the man. He's a brilliant guy, and he deserves every accolade that he receives.
Our 6 a.m. show is 100% better because of Sam Rubin.
I do the 6 a.m. news as a personal favor
Right.
to Megan and Chris.
Personal favor.
I'm not even supposed to be on it.
For having done this job for 30 years, he is like a kid in a candy store when it comes to his job. He loves what he does. He loves Hollywood. He loves the movies. He loves when celebrities know his name, and they do. They all know Sam, and that's the truth.
Did we come to the wedding? When you spend those 3 or 4 nights a week with Rashid, with Common, how often do you think of me and give me credit for the initial introduction? Proceed.
So I give you credit every morning I wake up, and I'm like, yeah, this is all Sam's fault.
Wow. That is ridiculous.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Lorraine.
Yes.
There we go.
You just hang up on her
Sorry,
without
no,
saying
I
goodbye?
We're the Cross Entertainment Department.
We're Sam's glorified babysitters.
Making fun of Sam is the only reason we still work here. I mean, it's what brings us here every day, keeps us coming back.
It was all written in the script. All you had to do was read it. How hard is it to read the freaking script?
We make so much fun of him, and he's so self-deprecating.
I really don't know how you made it this far.
He's going to teach you some dance. We heard that you're the best singer.
It's been the profound joy of my professional life.
At the end of the day, he is the best person to work for, like the nicest soul.
We are blessed and lucky when we're not being thrown under the bus.
Let's spell it out. S-A-M-R-U-B-I-N. Sam Rubin, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
I mean, you look at that clip and you see the tremendous range of people that he spoke to.
Yeah.
Just about anybody who was anybody. He spoke to Tom Hanks and Snoop Dogg and Sylvester Stallone, Alec Baldwin, and then the Muppets.
Right.
You know, I mean, he could do it all well.
But the people that he worked with, as they said, it's such an honor to work with him when he wasn't throwing them under the bus.
Yes.
And he didn't throw them under the bus in the way that some, you know, people
He
in this
did it
business.
in a loving way.
Right. It was always done in a loving way. on the air, though.
Yes.
So that
He'd
all
be
of you
like,
could-
come on,
Right.
you know?
So that all of you could share in the.
Or when things would go wrong, technically, he would put his head down like this on the desk.
Oh boy.
The tributes are coming in.
Yeah.
From all kinds of people. We have something that was just posted by Ted Sarandos, the head of Netflix, on social media. He wrote, Award season's red carpets will never be the same without KTLA's Sam Rubin, always having the most fun and always a smile and a laugh. He was a legend in this town. R.I.P. Sam Rubin. We will miss you. Sending love to his family. Maybe the most powerful person in all of Hollywood.
And I have to tell you that would be the most painful thing for Sam to know that Ted
mad that he's not
felt
here.
that way about him, because he was constantly lobbying Netflix to do a red carpet show for them.
He wanted to be invited to their cafeteria.
Right, exactly, which is right across the lot for us. Jeremy Parsons, another one of the wonderful people who we have the opportunity to come in occasionally to fill in for Sam. Jeremy, it's a rough day for all of us, but I know you have special memories as well.
I do, and guys, I've been watching actually from Nashville for the past few hours, and you've done an incredible job paying tribute to Sam. Memories are just flooding. I met, seems like 1,000 years now, when he started at Reelz Channel. And you know how much Sam loved the show that he did there and how much he poured himself into it. And I was just looking through old photos of being with Sam at Sundance when I first got to really hang out with him and observe what you all know, which is Sam's such a workhorse, right? He's doing Reelz Channel stuff. He's doing KTLA 5 hits with Grace Mendoza there at Sundance, and that was just who he was anytime you saw him and met him. And I'll never forget the first time that it worked out that I would fill in. Sam gave me, he wanted me to come in and shadow him one day, the day before. And I showed up at 5:45 or whatever, and, you know, Sam can roll in 2 minutes before and just do it. He was like, oh, you're here way too early. He's like, just so you know, nothing about this is glamorous, and you can do it in your sleep. And I was like, of course, okay. You know, he downplayed. Only he could do it in his sleep. That's how easy he made it seem. And I remember him, he was showing me around, and I met some of the people at the desk. At that point, it was early. It was Chris Schaubel and some others. And it came up with Chris. Chris was like, hey, have you done this? And I had never been live before. And I said, no, I've never actually done anything like this before. And Sam kind of looked at me and pulled me aside and said, hey, how about you just don't mention that to anybody else the rest of the time you're here, right? He just absolutely incredible and generous in all the ways that he treated me and so many others I know that have filled in. And I'll never forget also when I first, you know, it was because I filled in for Sam that I ended up getting a job hosting at a show at People Magazine over the past 9 years or so. And I'll never forget the first morning that press release went out. I woke up early, and the first text message on my phone was from Sam. And he said, and he linked to the article, and he said, are you the Jeremy Parsons in this article? If so, huge, congrats. And then every subsequent conversation after that, he threw in, hey, don't forget who gave you this opportunity, right? So Sam was just incredible, and those memories will never fade. And I thank you all for giving me an opportunity to pay tribute, and just for what you're doing today to pay tribute to the legend. He's got the goal. I always say it's a pleasure to sit in that golden throne of his on the desk. And man, we're all just feeling it today, all over the country and certainly the world that knew anything about Sam.
Well, Jeremy, we appreciate you and appreciate the time and the heartfelt thoughts for our friend Sam Rubin. Thank you.
He was genuinely happy when he helped somebody in their career.
Yes.
And there were so many examples of that.
And he expected you to
yeah,
make
of course. He wanted you to be grateful for it, but he was happy.
So we got a guy here who Sam loved talking about, who is
when he worked at another station.
He is the beefcake of KTLA, and that's how Sam always felt about Rick Chambers.
His nickname for you was Rock.
I know.
He aspired to be you, and he just thought the world of you and your acting things that you sometimes get to do.
We did several projects together, and he was always so helpful and so warm, and would give you as much as you needed, you know, because very few people had the experience that he had doing that type of thing.
How was he as an actor?
He held his own. I mean, he
held his own.
How good are any of us in acting? You know?
Exactly.
But I didn't know him as well as you guys did, obviously, because our schedules were 180 degrees.
Right.
I'd be going out to work. He'd be getting in his pajamas about that time. But whenever I would see him around the station or whatever, he was always so kind. It was always a smile. There was always some little humorous thing he would throw in there.
Right.
And then when I'd be out on the streets reporting and someone would come up and say, what Sam said about that was pretty funny this morning, and I would have no idea. So then I'd rush back and try to figure out what it was, and then I heard The Rock and all of this type of thing, and it made you feel good.
Yeah.
It made you feel good that Sam Rubin included you in the conversation that morning.
Yeah.
And I heard you guys talking about it, and you've done a terrific job since 1 o'clock when you made the announcement. But one of the things that always struck me, you know, I've worked at a number of stations around town, and they all had entertainment divisions or whatever. But even over the last 30 plus years, I would always turn to listen to Sam. When you needed that information about Hollywood, the entertainment industry, you just knew what you were going to get from Sam Rubin.
Yeah.
Was what you needed to know, and then much more. And I wanted to mention what you were talking about, that all of these huge stars would come over to him and act like they knew him so well. And I'm guessing they probably did.
Yeah.
But what I noticed about Sam is that even these people who you didn't recognize the name, you didn't recognize the face, you'd never seen these young people before.
Right.
He would welcome them in on the red carpet, make them feel like $1 million that he was talking about them.
He was more famous often than the people he was interviewing.
For sure.
But you know that when they got home or whenever they went, and they knew that they had been interviewed by Sam Rubin and that they may appear on his little package at 10 or 11 o'clock, what a boost to the ego to know that Sam was out there. And just knowing him over the years and talking to him, and it was just a pleasant time.
Yeah.
Whenever you interacted with him, I've heard it said before, I never saw him in an angry state.
No.
I never saw him mad or heard him being mad at anybody.
No.
And to hear this, I was at home, and Kai gave me a call and said, just wanted to give you a heads up before you get here.
Yeah.
And that the newsroom was a basket case.
Yeah.
You know, and I can only imagine what Jess is going through at this point.
Yeah.
And then to walk in and see all the tears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been an awful day.
It has been. And I've been in touch with Jessica earlier, and it is very difficult. And he was her biggest champion.
Yeah, yeah. And I think he'd be humbled, actually, by everything that's being said about him.
Yes.
All these people calling in, all of these messages. I mean, it just shows you his appeal was just enormous.
And the irony is he would often say, I don't really have any friends in Hollywood, you know, real. But the truth is, he did. And,
more than he knew.
Yeah.
But he also knew there was a line at times, and he never wanted to intrude upon someone's kindness.
Yeah, well, I think there's some people out there that get into that business that think that they're that star, that they have that celebrity, and they're rubbing shoulders with these people. Sam was never like that.
No.
He always seemed to be just the common guy, and these people were stopping by and recognized him.
Yeah.
And then the questions, and like you were saying before, there may be 3 or 4 scripted questions, but he would seldom keep to that.
Right.
And would start talking to these people, but the conversations were always just so entertaining.
Yeah.
And you found out things you never knew about some of these people. And it was always a pleasure just to watch him work. And as hard as he worked, because you know we work, Corinne, I saw she was out here earlier.
Yeah.
We're on the weekends, and when they would do these awards shows, and he would be up all day, I'm guessing, doing this, but then he would always stick around and do something for us.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was just a pleasure to know him and work with him and see him from time to time, and I just can't imagine what it's going to be like without him.
I can't either.
That's the horrible thing about this loss is it's a loss that will continue on every day.
Yeah, and you know certainly someone's going to be picked to come into the entertainment group and try to do.
And that person will have an
huge
impossible
shoes.
job.
Yeah, I mean you can never fill that position.
No.
Because everybody's going to think back to, I remember
That's
when
how Sam used to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Rick, we appreciate you, and I know that you're coming in soon to do some more.
We'll be out here talking about him for all night, basically.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thanks.
It's good to be here.
All right. We've been remembering our friend Sam Rubin since 1 o'clock this afternoon when we broke in to finally report on what we had learned. I know we're working on trying to get an interview with someone overseas. I'm assuming that hasn't happened yet.
I think we're going to go to...
Okay.
Okay, some more clips of what Sam did best, which is talk to celebrities.
Yeah.
Here's some more examples of that.
Yeah, Let me tell you something, man, don't catch the blues. Sitting at the KTLA morning news. Oh my goodness, what's my name? Wayne Brady. Man, 10 times whiter than Slim Shady. When I gets busy, everybody say damn. Brother got the funk and I'm sitting with Sam. What can you do? Hip hop parade. Wayne Brady in the morning on KTLA. White man. KTLA boy in the morning. Know what I'm saying? For real.
My daughter and my daughter's mom, you all the time.
Go on, let's talk about me.
This is
Did we interview?
No, Sam Rubin from
Los Angeles.
You speak.
Well, you come on the show.
I
He's been on.
Listen,
if
I'm on the show.
it's good enough for him.
Listen, I'll be on the show anytime you want. My daughter and her mom, they love it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But why come on and say hi to him?
Tell me.
And are your people here?
Yes.
Tell your people.
I'm there.
They're kicking me out of here before they.
Why?
I know.
Why? This is Sam Rubin.
It's ours. We've got hours. This man is the Moses of Hollywood moguls. He is leading us all out into the promised land.
The beautiful Rihanna, Riri, or Robin to her friends like me. Okay, now, the people I work with on the show, they're like, you can't dance, and you know that's not true.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so what move shall we practice?
Yeah, she's doing good.
There, see?
He was the absolute worst dancer. There's nobody worse.
And yet he felt he had rhythm.
Yeah, he did. Well, he was willing to try anything, and for a laugh, he did it.
We had recently on the program, we mentioned the fact that Sam not only did television for us, this was his home base, but he did television in the UK and in Australia. We used to joke all the time because he would tell us off camera that he was famous in Australia.
Yes.
That
in
may
fact,
or may
whenever
not,
an actor came in who was Australian, he'd be like, well, you must know me from Australia.
That may or may not be true that he was famous in Australia, but recently we had from the Today Show in Australia, Richard Wilkins come in with his son, Christian, actually. But Richard, I believe we have on the line. Richard, are you there?
Yes, you do, sir. Yeah.
Richard, a very difficult day for all.
Sending my love to you all.
Thank you. Thank you. And back to you, because I know that you had a great affection for Sam, and I saw it firsthand when you were sitting right here just I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago. I wonder, you know, we joke about the fact that he used to say, oh, I'm famous in Australia. But he was beloved in Australia to people who watched your program.
Well, you know better than me that Sam was just such a great guy and a brilliant broadcaster and so generous. And when the big stories broke in your neck of the woods, you know, Sam was our go-to guy. We used to borrow him from you. And, you know, Sam's career and my career in some ways mirror each other. We've both been around the block a couple of times, and we used to send each other little sort of notes and saw you at the Critics' Choice, man. Great job. You know, hey, what did you think of this? What did you think of that? Hey, Nicole's things. You know, we just saw a little bit of a little bit of ourselves in each other, I think. And Sam was a part of our family as well. Sometimes on a daily basis, he'd, you know, as soon as he got loose from you lot, he'd barrel down to our studio on the corner of Sunset and Vine there and cross into our shows. And we loved the guy. He was Sam, if I can just say, Sam was always such a joy to talk to. You know better than me, but, you know, if you ask Sam a question, he would often that's a very good point, Richard, you know. And he was so lovely and so generous and so warm, and we just had such a great time on air. And as you said just a couple of weeks ago, he generously invited me and my son Christian, who's living in LA at the moment and trying to pursue his career over there. And Sam invited us on, and we had a lovely time with you, with your beautiful team on air. And then Sam and I and Christian had lunch at the Chateau, and that was the last time I saw him in person. But I'd send, on behalf of our team here in Australia, and dare I say his viewers in Australia, yes, Sam was famous in Australia, famous as a broadcaster, but also famous for being just a great guy. And I can't imagine what you're all going through today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Richard, it's wonderful, and we are experiencing what you might imagine we are experiencing. Our newsroom is devastated. Our greater family is devastated, and I know because of your friendship that you were greatly touched by it. And I know, and on behalf of everyone here, I understand you ran a special tribute on your network, and we're grateful to you for that.
It's rarely good news when the phone starts ringing off the hook in the wee small hours here in Australia. And I woke to the sad news. And the last thing I wanted to do was drag myself out of bed and be an entertainment reporter talking about the passing of my favorite entertainment reporter. But I did it out of respect for Sam and pride on national television here in Australia for your colleague. So. There you go.
He was a part of your family, too.
Indeed. Much loved.
All right. Thank you.
Richard, thank you. And we look forward to seeing you on your next visit to see Christian or anytime. You are welcome here again, my friend. Thank you.
Very kind. Thank you, sir. All the best.
All right. You're watching KTLA Los Angeles. We're bringing you continuing coverage of the death of our colleague, Sam Rubin. Died at the age of 64. The exact circumstances of his death we have not been filled in on, but it's about 12:15 or 12:30 when it started to be reported, and we brought it to you here after talking with his relatives, his family. Leaves behind a wife and 4 children, and just an incredible record in terms of his career here in Los Angeles.
We often, in our business, one of the horrible things that we have to do is prepare what's called an obituary, a story that runs in the event of someone's death, and you prepare it in advance for people who are of advanced age and who are
Needless
suffering
to say,
from...
we did not have that.
Right, and that's what I was going to say, is that in the case of Sam Rubin, obviously we did not have something like that, but Corrine Winter has kindly put together a story of some highlights of Sam's amazing career here at KTLA, and we wanted to share that with you.
Always very exciting. Channel 5, the flagship affiliate.
His infectious smile.
Here in Hollywood. I'm Sam Rubin.
Spirited laughter.
Because we've been doing this for a long time.
And high energy.
Forget all these awards.
For decades, since 1991, audiences all across the Southland woke up to this familiar face.
And that 2011 has featured a slew of bad movies.
Sam Rubin. He was a staple on the KTLA Morning News, but for viewers, he was much more.
So much more from the Critics' Choice Awards. An important award is for Best Foreign Language Film, the 91st Academy Awards.
As a fixture in Hollywood, you'd often catch him schmoozing with celebs on the red carpet or chatting it up with stars on set. Sam's welcoming demeanor made everyone feel comfortable. It really was like talking to a friend. The TV veteran didn't just deliver stories and conduct interviews. He captivated viewers with a signature style that made him an industry legend.
Most fans first became familiar with Penny Marshall
from award shows,
Critics' Choice Awards were here at Barker Hangar,
to reporting on blockbuster news involving celebrities. Sam covered the entertainment industry like no other journalist here in Los Angeles.
Tomorrow on the KTLA Morning News, much more from the Golden Globes.
He was experienced. He was trusted and so beloved.
Sunday night here in Beverly Hills.
Sam launched his own production company, SRE Inc., which produced hundreds of hours of broadcast and cable programming. He received numerous awards over his lengthy career, including a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Southern California Broadcasters Association. Sam also had a passion off air, something dear to his heart. The MS-150 Beta Bike Tour, which helped literacy programs and supported LA schools.
And among the nice things about working here for a little bit is your kids, of course.
Perhaps Sam's biggest love, his family, who he always beamed about. His wife, Leslie, and their children, Colby and Darcy, and former wife, Julie, and their daughters, Perry and Rory. Sam lived and worked here in Southern California almost his entire life. He was born in San Diego in 1960. Went to Occidental College, and would eventually make his amazing career right here on Channel 5.
Reporting from the Oscars, I'm Sam Rubin.
Sam Rubin became Channel 5. In many ways, the heart and soul of KTLA, a more than 3-decade-long run.
Not to date myself here, does anybody Anybody remember when you used to dress up to go on the plane? It was like a big deal.
This was his last show appearance this week, and in typical Sam fashion, he cracked jokes and flashed smiles. Many will remember him as a news icon, but to those who truly knew his talent, the bigger-than-life personality, Sam Rubin represented so much more. He lived life to the fullest, owning every moment, the highs and lows, while bringing others along for the ride.
In the newsroom, I'm Sam Rubin.
I can't believe that's, we're never going to hear that lockout live again. I'm Sam Rubin.
We have another person who's coming, who's joining us right now, who Sam had great affection for, Joely Fisher. Joely, you're on the program with us on many occasions, and you know how much Sam loved you.
Oh my gosh, I'm having an out-of-body experience right now. I am going to try to keep it together. I've been watching you all, and you're doing such an amazing job of remembering him. And I want to echo what so many people have said, like you were the only person in the room, you were the biggest star, it didn't matter who you were. I could text Sam and tell him I want to talk about mental health, and he would say, what time? Which spot do you want?
Yeah.
I recently realized that he was a school dad and ran into him at our high school where he was so proud of his kids and in the high school musical. And I just, Henry Winkler and Greg Grunberg and Jerry O'Connell said it all. It's like he was our first person that we looked for on the red carpet. This is such a devastating loss. I did want to throw in one thing that nobody else will know is that I reached out to Sam and I said, do you want to come aboard the SAG-AFTRA board? And he was like, why would I do that? What are you asking to get into here, Joely? And when I told him that it would make the lives of broadcasters, because we represent all of you at SAG-AFTRA, make our contracts better, make what we, our compensation better, make it safer, make it all those things. He was like, why the heck not? And ran for our board and has served alongside of us. This would have been his second term. And I can't believe I can't believe this day. I can't believe this day.
Neither can we.
No, we feel exactly the same way, Joely. The news just slaps you, and I'm personally just going through waves of enjoying these moments of laughter, thinking about Sam, and then being overcome with great grief at the thought of...
We're all going to take a collective breath tonight and just shed some light on the family and all of you that are there. And I can't imagine what it's like to sit there on air and watch all of this go by. And I just send you so much love, and thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you, Joely. We appreciate you. Thanks so much. Yeah, thank you. And that love of celebrities like Joely Fisher was also felt from our viewers who really did love Sam Rubin.
No, they did. They did. He, just by virtue of being on the air for so many years, a lot of people would recognize him. And I would be with him from time to time, like at a Dodger baseball game or something like that. And he would always take the time to talk to people.
Oh, yeah.
And he was never, flippant about needing to go somewhere else. He spent time, he asked people their names, and he made that connection with people, which is so important.
Yeah, and sometimes
really
would
cared.
highlight that person on the air as well. Just a chance meeting would sometimes bring that person on the air. Sandra Mitchell, you've been sort of looking at some of the outpouring of love from our viewers. And I'm just curious what they've been saying.
I mean, I think the first thing that so many of us do when we hear any kind of news, right? We go to KTLA, we go to our phones, we check on the conversation, what's going on, and how do we connect? And there has been this tremendous outpouring online as well. So many people just had this connection with Sam Rubin, and they just went to their phones today, went to social media. They want to share that. The last time I checked our KTLA Instagram account, more than 5,000 people have already reached out. So we are hurting here at KTLA today, but we know, we recognize that our viewers are hurting as well. And here's some of what they're saying. I am devastated, been watching Sam since I was a little girl. KTLA will never be the same. That's from Michaela. Another viewer writing on social media, Sam is family in LA and the epitome of Hollywood entertainment news. Wow. Rest in peace, Sam. I am in tears. I have watched KTLA my entire life. I am just so sad. That's from Ms. Jazzy. Another viewer and Sam Rubin fan writing, LA TV has lost a giant. I thank you for all the great times. More social media posts. This one really hurts. Sam was truly the man who made the KTLA Morning News a success and transformed LA TV News. From West Coast Bear Bear. So many people just want to continue this conversation. I think we've all realized the great loss that we have, but something that we have realized, and all these reflections on Sam, is that we look at the camera, right? We look at that teleprompter. We wonder, are we connecting? And to hear all this love reflected back to Sam and to both of you and to everyone here at KTLA, you realize that tremendous connection.
I think our audience in particular is just a special audience.
Because of the time of day, too. I mean, people are getting ready for work. They're feeding breakfast to their kids. And then you are allowed to be a guest in their homes.
Yeah. One of the other posts said, he was my morning cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
people start their day.
They want to wake up
KTLA
in the morning and make sure the world hasn't blown up while they were sleeping. And they want to have a laugh.
Yeah.
And find out what news they need. And also maybe talk about the water cooler stuff as well.
Well, and Eric, I've told this story many times before. You're the one who told me that I could be myself here.
Yeah. That I learned from Sam. So he was sort of my mentor. He said that's how you have to do it.
Gene Kang has been talking to some of our viewers, and he's in Larchmont Village. So we've had Sandra tell us about some of the social media. Gene, what are you hearing?
Frank, to be honest with you, a lot of people here are just absolutely devastated, and I'm the first person, if they're not watching KTLA right now, they're hearing from me that our beloved Sam Rubin passed away, and a lot of them are in shock, a lot of them trying to spin their wheels, if you will, to try to come to grips with what is going on. And personally, I came into the newsroom just like all of us, thought it was going to be a really great Friday, saying happy Friday to everyone. And then moments later, we find out that Sam Rubin passed away so suddenly. So for us, we are devastated, our KTLA family, and the folks that I've been talking to who have grown up here in Los Angeles and have watched him for decades, that entertainment icon, the giant. He's somebody that I really looked up to, even before I worked at KTLA starting about 4 years ago. All across the country, his name was known, Sam Rubin, and I thought he was the kindest person, the funniest, and it is surreal. I felt like I just saw him, and I did yesterday, the other day, and he was cracking jokes, and he was exactly how he was on TV. He was a go-getter. I could never catch up to him because he was so busy, and we're hearing that from everyone. However, he always had a smile and was very friendly. And here in Larchmont Village, talking to Barbie, I know that you're working outside of Tail Waggers, right? Mm-hmm. And I mentioned to you for the first time, Sam Rubin has passed away. You grew up here. What are your thoughts? It is such a sad day.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad to hear that anybody passed away so tragically like that, I just remember tuning in sometimes before school or going to work, and he's just so funny, cracking jokes, giving me the rundown of the weekend, what type of activities or fairs or events and stuff like that are going down here in LA. So, it's just sad to see somebody leave us in this type of way.
And I know you have a very distinct view because you are born and raised here in LA. Yeah. So it's not like you just got here a couple of years ago. Sam Rubin has been on TV since the 90s, and he's the face of KTLA in many ways with so many other legends. For you, what kind of vibe did he give off? I keep on hearing from a lot of the people that I talk to, he felt authentic.
Yeah, it just felt like fun. It didn't feel so serious all the time, when he did red carpets and stuff like that, interviewing celebrities, he just kind of talked like a normal person, like he was just part of the people and made you feel like a celebrity was part of the people too,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we know that people say when someone so dear passes away, there are certain moments or words that come to mind. Anything that comes to mind when you hear Sam Rubin?
When I hear Sam Rubin, I think of just joy and happiness and laughter.
We are so sad, and thank you so much for talking to us live. I
Yeah,
really appreciate it.
definitely.
You know, that's one person out of thousands and thousands of people. We did talk to folks over in Hollywood who grew up right across the KTLA studio and the lot there. We're going to hear from them later in the show, but I'll be honest with you, talking right now about Sam Rubin and how much we loved him and how great he was, I personally don't think I'm going to be able to process this until I'm done with work today and I'm in the quiet of my own home. But Sam, we love you and we miss you, and our condolences to your family. Back to you.
Gene, thank you. I want to talk now to a member of the KTLA family for many, many years. Bob Eubanks joins us on the phone. Bob, can you hear us?
Oh, I sure can, yes.
Your reaction?
Oh, I'm so sad. He was more than a reporter. He was a friend. And when he did interview you, he came to you with a good heart, and he tried to get as much information from you, but he was always so polite and so kind. And he even came out to my house a couple of years ago, and we did an interview here. And I got to tell you, the world was a better world when Sam Rubin was here. I really believe that. I'm very sad. You know, I did the Rose Parade for 34 years, but he was there part of the time. And we always had laughs, and we always talked about things. And he was an angel. God is in a good spirit today because Sam is a wonderful, wonderful man.
You know, he always had respect for people such as you, people who had been working in this business for many, many years prior to when he got here. Did you feel that when he spoke to you?
Oh, sure, absolutely. And he never asked questions that were, you know, trying to defeat you or put you down in any way at all. And, you know, you have to be careful sometimes when people want to interview you because sometimes they're after you. But Sam was always pleasant, always there. And like I say, God got an angel today.
Well, and to Eric's point, he was a great student of television, of Los Angeles, of the world. And I think that particularly with someone like you, Bob, who's had such great longevity in this business and who has made a mark in this business, that really meant something to him. And to talk to you meant something to him as much as it did to you.
And, you know, he always picked up the call. He never, you know, let it ring. He was always there if you needed him. And, boy, I'm going to miss him. Oh, my God, I'm going to miss him.
Yeah. Well, Bob, we sure appreciate you. We still consider you part of our family, and it means a lot that you would let us chat with you on this, this big day for us. Thank you.
My pleasure, and God bless Sam Rubin.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking during one of the clips that was played about, you know, Sam's optimism. I mean, there was never a more optimistic a person with a more positive outlook than Sam. I mean, there'd be terrible news at the workplace, and his attitude was like, don't worry about it. It's not going to be a big deal. I mean, my joke about Sam was, if there was a nuclear war, Sam would be like, it's not so bad. You
The
know what I'm
fallout's
saying?
not going to come this way.
And that is what propelled him forward through his life, and what other people picked up on too, and why he was so well liked, I think.
Andy's back with us. You've been looking at some of the reach that Sam had in the Hollywood community. It was considerable.
Yeah, absolutely, and beyond. You know, we're still trying to process and react to the news, of course, that our own Sam Rubin has passed away. You know, I think one of the things that you notice on the internet is we're sending these all to each other in the newsroom. They're just nonstop. Huge presence in this building and beyond, of course, in Hollywood. Sam knew everybody, and everybody knew him, sharing stories and their reaction now. I think we got to scroll up here on this prompter, and let's just go look at the first tweet. I believe it's from actor Oh, this is from earlier. All right. Well, I guess this is fitting. This is a very KTLA morning news
would
moment
love it.
where the technology wasn't working. But here is some video of Sam doing some really wonderful interviewing here. And I think we have a tweet I'm hoping that we could go to, perhaps.
That was
maybe?
This week. That was
Oh,
yesterday,
okay.
I
So
think.
this was yesterday. Jane Seymour, who we interviewed yesterday, said, "I'm devastated that my friend Sam died. I was with him yesterday. We shared a fun time before the show talking about everything. He always went way beyond to make me feel comfortable and welcomed and had the best interviews. He will be missed by all of us that had the privilege of knowing him." That interview, of course, just yesterday. Big Boy there you could see posting as well. He says, one of the best to ever do it. I've known Sam Rubin for many years, not just a professional broadcaster, but a professional human being class act. Sam always made you feel like a priority. He's been a staple in many of our lives. The news is devastating. My heart hurts. He said, at Sam on TV, thank you for being you. It was a true pleasure to be in your presence and to know you. Thank you for the joy you provided to me and many others. May you rest in paradise. Love you. Hashtag Sam Rubin. Then a photo, of course, there with Sam. One of the things I think that's interesting is that you have people who are obviously celebrities, but also peers, like Mark McGrath, who, a 90s heartthrob, became an entertainment reporter himself. Truly heartbreaking to hear the passing of Sam from KTLA. He made my mornings, my band and me more interesting and entertaining than they ever deserved to be. Thank you, Sam. Rest easy. And I think that's really, it's so true, is that he had so much time for you. He had all this energy. He was very excited, but he made you feel like, even if you were just like me, just showing up, basically an intern, when you would talk to him, it was like the same, he was the same for you that he would be for Tom Hanks,
right,
or anybody else.
Not exactly the same for you, but
not me, maybe, but other people.
But others,
who are, there is a bar.
You show up here and you've got some project, maybe a documentary that you're trying to put together, and it's 9:40 in the morning, and you've got 5 minutes with Sam Rubin, and Sam Rubin is going to make you feel like you are the most important person in the world.
And he would, give it the attention that it required. If it's good enough to be on the program, it's good enough to talk about it.
Right. And there's something interesting about it that's worth me getting out so that people can hear about it.
It's interesting though. It was rare that he would really knock a project.
No.
There were some things that he didn't like so much, and if he went on a junket and he interviewed the people, he wouldn't go on and review it and say, this was a horrible piece of junk.
No.
He would say, he would try to find the silver lining.
Yeah. And the thing about the junkets, too, I mean, you've been on these junkets. He once sent me to take his place, and it was fun to go to New York, but you're waiting in a hotel room for an actor for like hours, and they're late, and they don't really want to be there. And then you get 5 minutes, and there's literally a timer.
Yeah.
There's a camera with a timer.
Right.
And, you ask a few questions, and you can tell they don't want to talk to you, and then somebody hands you a stack of tapes, and you're done.
Yeah.
And you've just traveled across the country for that. And maybe it's useful, and maybe it's not that great. That's what he did.
Yeah.
He spent years doing that.
There's something I think about with him. I don't know, because we've been talking about Australia a lot, but he was big in Australia. There's an Australian band called Crowded House that did that song, Don't Dream It's Over, right? We all know that song. Well, they also had a pretty big hit that was called Anywhere You Go, Always Take the Weather With You. And I think about that with him so much, because it's like, you knew whenever he would come on set, or whenever he was in a package, or if you were a producer, you're like, okay, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be funny at least. It doesn't matter what it is. And if you were an actor, maybe you weren't even super excited about what you were promoting, but you were there with him, and then you could enjoy yourself.
It was like, welcome to the party. Come on to the KTLA Morning News. Here's Sam. Have a seat, and you know it's gonna be fun. Yeah. And during the pandemic, when people weren't coming in here, we were interviewing people by Zoom, and it just wasn't the same atmosphere. Yeah. The show just didn't have the same energy. And then it came back, and it really was much more fun.
Yeah, it's just sitting here every morning with him. It's just a joy. There's so many days that I would just laugh, for 4 hours.
Yeah.
And then go home and think, wow, they just paid me to sit here and laugh for 4 hours. And Sam drove so much of that.
Right.
And Mark sitting in your seat, and Jessica.
As a viewer, that's why people watch. You know, and I was a viewer first, and I loved this show, and I wanted to. And so many people who work here grew up watching it and wanted to do it and wanted to be on it, and that is because of what you guys did together. No small part because of Sam.
Yeah. And one of the things, though, that even Sam would remark would be kind of troubling for him was when somebody would come up and say, you know what, my grandmother wants to say hello to you. Or my grandmother, I grew up watching you, and he'd
Right,
be like, oh,
right.
thanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice to see you guys.
Thanks, Andy. We've got another extended member of the KTLA family on the line with us. Christina Pascucci was with us for a few years, went across the street, and you may have heard ran for
U.S. Senate.
U.S. Senate. Christina, thanks for calling in.
Hi, you guys. I'm so sorry under the circumstances. It was a gut punch today when I first heard the news.
Yeah. Is there a memory of Sam that you wanted to pass along that maybe we could pass along to his family?
Yeah, of course. I feel like he's synonymous with Los Angeles. I grew up watching him, and I first met him when I interned for KTLA back in 2005. And it was such a momentous moment for me because here I had been watching him my whole life, and then to be kind of under his wing, interning for him, coming in at midnight, going down to the haunted basement of KTLA to fetch tapes, doing it all in record speed. And when I started working at KTLA in 2011 and had the honor of being by the side of working alongside this legendary, iconic broadcaster for more than a decade, I told him, I asked him, about that internship at the time I interned for him, and he didn't even remember.
Because he had literally thousands of interns and staff.
I know, and we would joke about it all the time. But of course, as he usually,
I think we might have lost her.
Yeah.
Well, Christina, you're coming in and out, but we feel your love, and we're grateful that you called in, and we're happy for you that you're a new mama.
Congratulations.
And, congratulations on that. Thank you. We have someone on the phone who frequently had to counsel Sam Rubin.
Counsel would be a nice way of putting it.
Who is our former boss, a guy we still love, and who loved Sam, and Sam loved you, Jason Ball.
Former news director here
Yeah,
at KTLA.
our former news director. Jason, good afternoon.
Hello, guys. I mean, what a terrible day. But I'm so proud of you guys to be able to go on and do this and carry on and talk about them. And it was devastating this morning when I heard the news. Where I talked to Marcus and Grace, and so I'm always a little bit of a denialist. I'm like, oh, that can't be true. It can't be true. It can't be true. But it's just such a sad thing. And as you mentioned, we're often at odds or loggerheads. I mean, the joke was always that Sam's personnel file was in volume.
Do you have some good stories that you can tell on the air about him?
There are so many, but the sense that I love about Sam is, and other people are talking about it, but this sense of community, and I actually never told him this, but the best thing he ever did was keep everyone together, and sometimes even at the odds of management, he would keep the anchor team as a team and, really bring you guys together. And Frank, I heard you talking earlier, it was really about, he would come in and out of the show while you guys sat there for the whole morning, but he would bring that energy level up when he came in, and then, he'd go away and we'd do some, brutal breaking news, and then he'd come back and bring in that energy again. And that was really what his gift was.
Yeah, and Jason, you've worked with so many people in this business, so many talented people, and I, as we all have, but I would say that for me, Sam was was peerless. He was in a category all his own as an entertainment reporter and as a broadcaster. He's just so clever and so talented, and I wonder where you would put him in this list of people you've worked with.
I mean, 100%. He is a unique, one-of-a-kind talent, and I think that made him, some of the things that some of the younger people were talking about earlier, that made him, I don't know, there was no jealousy at him at all. He had room for everybody. He encouraged even, young entertainment reporters. You see, all sorts of these young people in that entertainment business that idolized him, and he was nice to them, and he didn't have to be, and not everybody who was in that position that Sam was in for so long was nice to everybody. So he definitely is a standout person and just one of the best. And I don't even think legend's a big enough word. He's a force, and it's just He really is the glue that holds it together. And
do you think that part of his talent was being irreverent, and how difficult was that to manage as a boss here?
100%, because he didn't play anchor or he didn't play TV reporter. He just was Sam, and he was authentic about it, and whatever that was. And I mean, certainly he pushed the envelope over the line on more than one occasion, but it was all to make the show better. It was all to make it. And when I first got there, I don't know if I've ever told you the story, but when I first got there, I was watching in my office, and I don't remember what was going on. There was something out on the performance area or something going on. I'm like, what on earth are we doing? I'm touching my hands on the desk. And then I thought, well, why not?
That was Sam, wasn't it?
He had a way of being able
why not?
to make you say,
Right,
why not?
And it was good TV. Whatever it was, it was good TV, and done sometimes with taste and sometimes, questionable.
Yeah, could have been rethought. I think I yelled at Grace more for letting him do things than.
You have to be able to cross the line a little bit in order to know where the line is, right? You can't really find the line unless you take one step over, and that's what Sam
I learned
did.
a lot from Sam in that aspect too. I mean, we were talking about things, and when you talk it through with him, you get this kind of thought process. You're like, okay, I get you. But I really did learn. He pushed me out of my comfort zone to be able to do the things that we did, and we kept going and expanding and growing, and that little weekend show. It's gotten to be so good. It's great. Just more and more and more.
Yeah. Well, Jason, we miss you, and we're so grateful that you've spent some time with us to remember our friend Sam.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, my
You're
friend.
a friend too. Thank you so much.
Of course, my heart goes out to Leslie and those 4 kids, and I just hope they have the strength to deal with it and get through it.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks.
Sean Robinson, we were talking about some of the reporters that Sam worked with over the years, and Sean Robinson was with Access Hollywood.
Former host.
And Sean, I understand you've joined us, and you have some memories of Sam that you could share with us.
Yes, Frank and Eric, thank you so much for having me on. I just cannot believe this. I just want to snap my fingers and have it be yesterday. But I had many chances to be alongside Sam on the red carpet. And I just want to say that what we do is hard, and hard in the aspect of it's difficult to remember so much information. When you're on this red carpet and you've got just so many dozens and dozens and dozens of people that you're interviewing, it is really hard to always remember a ton of information. But I got to tell you, Sam had a knack. He was just brilliant. He had an incredible memory. He was able to retain so much information. And the other thing that I have heard people say over and over again, and it's so important, when you're out there, you want to make sure that when you're interviewing a celebrity, anyone, you want to make sure they all feel like Tom Hanks. You want to make sure they all feel like they are as important as an A-list celebrity, as we call them. And Sam had that unique ability to make every single person feel that they were the center of the universe when he was talking to them, and that they were as important as any other person on the red carpet. And I think that's a lesson for all of us as we remember his talent. Sam Rubin was an icon, a legend in the entertainment business, and everyone should know it. And I'm so happy to hear so many people talk about him and sing his praises, because he does that for every other person that he comes in contact with. And I'm heartbroken, and my condolences to KTLA, the entire family. I watch you guys every morning. And just thank you for the opportunity. And God rest Sam Rubin. God rest his soul.
Sean, we appreciate you. That's so kind of you to say and kind of you to spend some time with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We want to bring in now somebody on the phone he was here in 1991 when we started the KTLA Morning News. Rich Goldner started here as a production assistant when the program started and is now the news director of our sister station in San Diego. Rich, are you there?
Hi, Eric. Hi, Frank. I was so saddened to hear the news. And just to give you some insight, this morning I texted Sam because I had heard that Jennifer York was retiring from traffic.
Yeah.
And I had not texted him in a while. He's on our air. A lot of people don't know this, but not only is he on in Los Angeles, but when I left Los Angeles, I wanted him on in San Diego. And for a decade plus, he's been on our air down here, part of our family. And everybody loved him here in San Diego so much. And to reiterate what the woman was saying earlier before, Sam was so self-deprecating. He actually stood back and let people do what they needed to do, but he asked so many great questions. And the stars were happy to see him more than he was happy to see them in some ways. And one thing I'd like to say, too, that this is kind of a funny story. Sam loved to kayak, and he loved to box. And I always used to do these things with him, and I never thought he was that athletic, but he was.
Yeah.
He was able to do all these things, right, Eric? He was able to do.
Well, he was able to do that ride from Irvine to San Diego, and at the end of the ride, it was a miracle when he rolled up. But he made it. He did it for years.
But I loved him. My heart goes out to his family. When you work those hours on a morning news show, there's a camaraderie for people behind the scenes and in front of the camera that a lot of people don't know. And to wake up so early and be together, and then you get off during the day. We spent so much time together hiking and doing so many things that he will always be a special person in my life because I learned from him, and I saw what he did for the community and all the people that he's met over the years. It's a giant loss for everyone because nobody did what he did.
He loved you, Richie.
Yeah.
He really did.
Thanks, Eric. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that.
No, he was very fond of you.
Richie, thank you. And
thanks, Frank.
We send you our love, and we appreciate the love that you're sending to us and to Sam's family. Thank you.
One of the things, the themes that we've talked about is, how Sam took people who were starting out under their wings and then helped them in their career. And one example is Olivia DePortoli who you worked on Sam's staff, right?
Yes. I started with Sam 13 years ago. I would clean out his car. He was so messy. I would make sure.
Sam's car is legendary. I mean, honestly, there's so much trash in his car. It's unbelievable.
Well, he said that it wasn't trash, that he had it organized.
He would open the door and things would just fall out all the time. I prepared his oatmeal, made sure it was perfect, and I chaperoned his children's parties. I did all these things because I wanted to be around Sam. I wanted to learn from him. He was the best in the business. And, to this day, now I'm on air because of him, thanks to him. And he makes sure to tell everyone whenever I'm on air, he'll always be like, you're there because of me. You have success because of me. And I would always laugh about it, but it's so true. I am here because of Sam. So he means a lot to me. And, shout out to the entertainment department because right now, they are working on, an obit for Sam. They're used to working on obits for everybody else.
Imagine?
And they lost one. We lost one of our own, and they're back there working tirelessly on an obit for him. So it's, shout out to them. But, like I said, I wouldn't be here without Sam Rubin. I try to emulate him all the time in my interviews, in my entertainment things that I do. I I think about him and the way that he would do things.
Yeah.
And
What did you, I mean, what, you know, we talk often about someone mentoring someone or bringing someone in.
Yeah.
You can learn from observing, you can learn from someone telling you something. What did you learn from him, and then how have you incorporated that into your career?
I mean, yeah, from watching him, obviously. But I remember there was a moment we were going to do an interview. I was going to do kind of the B list. He was going to do the A list, of course. And I was like, okay, Sam, what are you going to ask so that we can be on the same team when we put this package together? We'll have similar answers and similar questions. And he was like, Olivia, have I taught you nothing? And I was like, what? He's like, I don't prepare. He's like, you have to have the conversation. You have to go in, you have to listen to what they're saying and respond accordingly. And that's how you have a good conversation. That's how you have a good interview.
I think that is so key. I mean, Sam listened
Yeah.
to the answers.
Yes.
That is why he was so well liked and why he did such a good job and why he got sort of information from people. He listened to what they said, and then he came up with it. He didn't like stack questions. He was listening.
The only thing that I would quibble with is when he said, I don't prepare. He was prepared.
Yeah.
He was very prepared.
I mean, that was his
yes.
avocation. It's what he did
Yes,
for his
right.
whole life.
Right.
He pretended he wasn't ready, but he was ready for it all. And he knew it, everybody back to front. He knew who they were, what movies they had done before. He was a true professional.
Yeah.
You've just come from the newsroom.
Yeah.
Eric and I have been out here for a few hours now. When I went through, it was very raw. We were just learning. What is happening in the newsroom right now?
It's still very raw. I think a lot of people watching his funny clips and being able to watch back his life is very nice. People are starting to laugh a little bit about the things he used to do and the way he used to make us laugh.
Yeah. Used to, like yesterday.
Yesterday, literally yesterday.
Yeah.
And so I feel like that's kind of how the mood has changed a little bit.
Right.
So
I mean, we're celebrating our friend.
we are celebrating him.
Because there's a lot to celebrate about him.
100%.
Olivia, thanks.
Olivia, thank you. Another extended member of the KTLA 5 Morning News family. I was just messaging with her yesterday, I think. She's moved to Maine. She left for the radio. Our friend Allie McKay. Allie, we've lost our friend Sam.
I don't even know what to say. I'm in as much shock as you guys. I've been watching you guys for the last few hours. You're handling this in a way that we've joked he would love times a million.
Yeah.
He would be watching this going, a little bit more. If you could have actually focused on this aspect more, that would be great. It's just, it speaks to who Sam was, that this outpouring for somebody that you watched on the news became a member of your family as a viewer, and for everybody that worked with him, so close, and he felt he was one of your best friends at work. And I was thinking about this earlier. By the way, hi, Eric.
Hi, Allie.
We were talking about this off the air, Wendy and I, earlier as well, that when you grow up in L.A. and you grow up watching Sam, watching Eric, watching Mark, watching Gail, this is something that I never thought I would be a part of. And I became part of the KTLA family, and Sam was the first person that I met, and he said, oh, where'd you go to high school? And I said, oh, Louisville and Woodland Hills. And he immediately went, oh, the Valley. Well, I still like you. And I was like, all right, we're going to be fine. This guy is amazing. And one of my favorite memories, and I think you guys just hit on it, was what he was so good at, and that was letting the moment play out, not having an instant question. I felt like live shots, and he would literally text me after something went sideways and just say, that was great TV, Allie. Oh, that was good. Because he loved it when things went a little haywire. Don't know if you guys remember our
No.
weight segment.
Oh my
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Classic.
No.
There are no longer bosses there, Frank. You're allowed to remember it. Well, our shake weight segment went very sideways, and we all got in a little bit of trouble. We all got called into our boss's office after he finally found out about it when it was on the AOL homepage. And Sam, after we all got in a little bit of trouble, Sam was the first person to speak up and say, I don't know, I feel like maybe we shouldn't be getting reamed for this. It was kind of a fun time. Everyone had fun. And we walked out after we were all kind of told, this is, first strike for a lot of you. But, look past this. We're all going to be fine. And Sam walked out and he looked at me and he said, this is your legacy. Don't let them take it from you. And I laughed harder at that than I think I've laughed at anything in my whole career. And that's who Sam was. He would be the first person to stick up for the little guy. He would be the first person to say something wasn't fair. And I think that that's something that not a lot of people knew about him. You knew about him on the air and what a wonderful person he was, how safe he made anyone feel in a job where some of the biggest stars came through and they still felt safe with him. That speaks to who Sam Rubin was.
Also, don't forget, when you got in trouble and you were called into the boss's office, that meant that he wasn't in trouble. So that was another reason why he was on your side.
That's a good point, Eric. Such a good point.
Oh, man. Allie, thank you so much. It's great to hear your voice. And,
I love you guys.
Yeah, I love you too.
We love you too.
And we appreciate hearing from you on such a momentous day for us. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks.
There's someone who we were wondering if we'd be speaking to today because it has been a particularly difficult day for our Jessica Holmes. Jess, you know how much Sam loved you and championed you, and I don't know how we're going to go on as we have.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be this person. I know this is part of our job, right, where we get on TV and we talk about difficult things. But I loved that man, and we all did. And it took me a few hours here to just get my thoughts and my heart's beating out of my chest. But he was a bright spot in my day, every day. And we used to talk about the fact that our most comfortable part of the day was when we were all sitting at that desk together. And I truly felt that, and I know he would say that too, and that was such a testament to who he was on television, which was just this wear your heart on your sleeve, open, loving, fun, funny person who just was a joy to be around. I just, being in Sam's presence was fun. He was self-deprecating, and he loved a joke, and he had no ego in that sense. I know everyone goes, oh, Sam would tell these stories, and they think this entertainment guy who kind of came off one way on TV, but in person, there was no ego with Sam. He just loved what he did, and he loved his family, and he loved his friends. And I think it was it Allie who was talking before me?
Yeah.
That he would, if any one of us would have called him and said, Sam, I need you, he would have done whatever he could in that moment. And I remember moments before when we'd end doing the red carpets together, and we would both look at each other and we'd say, I love you. Oh. And we meant it because we just really enjoyed the time we spent together. And I want to send love to you guys as well, because I know how much he meant to all of you, and it's not the same.
I think of all the people on the staff here, you've seen him half naked more than anyone else.
Yes, I have.
And not in a lewd way, because Sam was completely unself-conscious about his body.
He was sort of an exhibitionist in a lot of ways.
And when you guys were preparing for these shows, you would all be jammed into a hotel room, getting your hair done and putting on your tuxedos and all that. And you were like his, I don't know, I was going to say little sister, but you wouldn't be naked in front of your little sister. He was like, you were an extension of him in some ways.
He just had that way of making everybody feel comfortable around him. And we just, I don't know, I guess when you put it that way, most people go, huh? But we just had so much fun doing those things together, and all of the red carpets. And I'm telling you, and you guys know this, he loved what he did.
Oh.
And after 30 plus years to still have so much excitement for what you do for a living is made everyone else around him excited. You know, I mean, when Sam would come on the set and he was excited to talk about something or had a good story to tell us, we would forget we were on TV because we'd just be looking at him like, wow, that's a great story. Tell me more. Or tell me more about what you did this weekend. I mean, he just had that ability where people enjoyed being around him so much.
I mean, we've talked about his professional accomplishments. I mean, when it comes down to it, I mean, he was my friend. I mean, he came to my wedding 27 years ago. I went to his wedding. I was at the naming of his daughter. I went to his house, you know, going back 30 years. I had many, many dinners with him, and I just can't imagine what it's going to be like.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the shock is wearing away, and now the reality is hitting.
Yeah.
And it's really tough. Really is.
Eric, I appreciate you saying that, and I know, Jessica, this has been very difficult for you to do, and thank you for sharing your personal feelings about Sam, because it's, I think he was, you know, I don't want to say this and upset others, but you were his favorite. He just loved you to death, and I know he'd appreciate your call.
I know. Thank you. And thanks, I can't see your faces. I can't see your faces right now, but I love you guys, and thank you. And it's hard to form thoughts on a man that we all cared about so much.
Yeah, we feel it. Jess, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
You know, as we talked to folks around town who knew Sam, there was another person on the radio station who was one of our, I consider another one of our friends of our family, Lisa Fox. Lisa, it's been a tough day for us here at KTLA.
Oh my gosh. Where do we start? I mean, honestly, Frank, we played a snippet of your audio this afternoon, and Valentine came on the air with me, and to see you tear up, it was just so heartbreaking, because it's like, wait, this was so unexpected, and as I've been watching the TV, you know, here at iHeart, you know, I know you had Ellen on, and everyone is just at iHeartRadio, we're just in tears, and watching the tributes and all these wonderful people calling in and expressing how they feel, and it's a lot, and you know, it's such a huge unexpected loss, and it's a mixture of this sadness, but then some of the funny stories you're telling does help a little bit in the moment to dry the tears, and then, you know, get back to crying. But you guys are just, I don't know how you're doing all this, because it's a lot. So thank you for doing such a nice tribute to Sam.
Tell me how you first met Sam and your memory of being around Sam.
Oh my gosh. Well, of course, back when I was on radio with Ryan Seacrest in my Seacrest days, and you know, we had a lot of fun with Sam in those days. But I will say that Sam and I also did a little side radio show together before there were podcasts. Sam and I did a little radio show called For Command Audio, and I would drive to his house, and we did a radio show together in person or over the phone line, and we did entertainment stories for this different little outlets. So we did like a little side radio show together and really got to know each other on a personal level. And he just always, you know, he remembers everything about everybody. So every time we'd see him, how's your boyfriend? What's going on with this? What's going on with that? He's just always, how's Palisades, Eric? When are you going to move to the neighborhood? What's going on? Like, how, you know, so it's like gossipy, but in a way that you're like, oh, he remembers and he cares and he's like into it. And he's just always excited, smiling and just jovial. And you know, Sam wants to know everything about everybody, and he has a great memory. And, you know, everyone's in shock right now. So it's just, you know,
It's funny,
hard to
isn't it?
grasp it.
He really was into, and I don't want to.
Exhibitionist?
No, that's one thing. But gossip is someone that, you don't want to think of a gossiper in a positive way, but he was someone who loved to, he was a consumer of information.
No, not in a sort of a scandalous way.
No, he just.
His face would light up with gossip. It made him happy.
He wanted to know what's really going on behind the scenes. And
No, he wanted the scoop, is what he wanted. He wanted the scoop.
Yes.
And he actually had a show called Scoop, which he constantly reminded people of. But that smile, I mean, honestly, it lit up the room.
Yeah, and like you guys have talked to, he loved radio and he always wanted to do radio shows, and he just loved all of it. TV, radio, red carpets. Like, he just loved to be part of all of it. Like, entertainment was his thing, and everyone was so excited to always see Sam. So I don't know how the future is going to look, but I think it's a really tough day, and I think you guys are doing a wonderful job, given the circumstances of just showing him so much love on TV and all over social media. It's just blowing up. People are just like, whoa, what? So it's a lot, but
he was a presence. He was, you can't say it enough, but legend, icon, all those things when it comes to entertainment reporting and his association with this TV station, and the morning news in particular. Just one of the guys that you think of.
Swiss that I see, very nice.
It's called a dotted Swiss?
That's what you call it. Yeah, that kind of a pattern, dotted.
It looks kind of like a table hockey where the air comes out of those little holes.
Air hockey, yes.
Look at these little dots, really cute.
Do you like the tech? You could give me a whole rub if you want.
I don't think so.
Who provides more keen analysis than me?
Nobody does, Sam.
How sad to not have me on one of these lavish platforms.
I know. Look at you. You're like down in the bushes here.
How do you think I feel?
It must be awful. I'm so sorry you have to do this. It's painful.
It kind of is.
I've been doing this for 30 years, and Busy and I were saying that we were really excited to talk to you because I've been watching you for as long as I've been doing this.
Yeah.
And so to see your face is like such a comforting presence, because I used to wake up in the morning as a 12-year-old actress in Los Angeles, California, and watch you. So I was like, oh my God, I'm so excited.
There's like the goal is to get Sam Rubin to interview you when you're like an actor starting out in this.
Sam, that's going to make me cry.
No, we're getting a little teary, but I just want you to know you've meant so much to everybody.
Who do you think? Who do you look at and go, man, that guy's cool?
This gentleman right here. I mean, come on, look at him.
I set him up. Okay.
That's very nice.
It's been a really fun ride. I've been such a fan of yours for so long. I've been struggling in LA for so long and been watching you from afar, so I get to finally hang out and chat, man.
Here we are.
Channel when you're thinking of the American accent.
Sam Rubin.
Right?
Easy to do or hard to do? Really easy. Really straightforward. Very easy to do.
As American as apple pie.
Oh, I tell ya.
What is probably no entertainment reporter will ever achieve is to be on a red carpet and have famous people come up and say, I'm so grateful to meet you. I've been watching you since I was a kid.
Yeah, well, and Sam had that all the time, and we had it when he came in here. And one of the people who Sam liked to suggest that maybe he launched his career, but he was someone who Sam had great affection for, and
Sam did give him a chance.
And I know it was a two-way street. Ryan Seacrest
Hey, Ryan.
is joining us. Ryan, it's been a tough day for us, and I know you had a special relationship with Sam.
Well, guys, sorry we're talking under these circumstances, but thank you for letting me to come on. I, like everybody else, was shocked and still can't believe that this news is what we're talking about today. Sam was one of those guys who just made you laugh all the time. I was always impressed by his sense of humor, his skill set, his ability, as people have said, to make everybody feel so important. I have so many Sam Rubin stories. As you said, I really do owe him a lot when it comes to my career, because he went on vacation 27 years ago, and somehow I had my bleached blonde highlights and a tennis pole suit, and I came in dressed up to fill in for him. And I remember the first hit was 5:48, and I said, what time do I need to be there filling in for him? And they said, well, Sam gets in at 5:47, and which is 5:47 and a half.
Right.
And so I rolled in and did his segments for him, and everybody just spoke so highly of him, and I got to know him well over the years. And when I started on Kiss FM in the mornings, we had the same route to work. So we would get to the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Highland every day at the same time for a very long stoplight. And if one of us wasn't there for that long stoplight, he in his messy Volvo, me in my Honda Prelude, if one of us wasn't there, something was wrong. Like you were concerned that one of us overslept or was running late. And even just, guys, 10 days ago, a week and a half ago, I saw him down at Disneyland.
Yeah, we're looking at that right now.
We're looking at pictures of that.
And he just, you know, you wouldn't see him for a year or a couple of months, or you wouldn't talk to him for a while, but you'd pick up where you left off. And he was a friend, he was a colleague, and we were talking there, and he said to me, well, I want to ask you something about American Idol that's in the news. And I said, sure. He said, well, who's going to replace Katy Perry? And I said, well, we haven't decided yet. Do you have any great ideas? He said, well, yes, of course. Me.
I knew that was coming. I knew it.
Well, of course he did.
You know what?
And he was serious.
The funny thing is, he honestly believed that.
He did. But guys, I will say, you know, as someone that just loves we all love what we do, and we're privileged to do it. I would watch him in awe do his work on the red carpet. He would talk to every single person, make them feel like the biggest star in the world. He would know so much about them. I would have to study for weeks and barely memorize what we needed to talk about. He had an ease about him, and he had the levity to come along with it too that made us all feel comfortable.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, I know that your friendship meant a lot to him.
He loved you.
Yeah, and it would mean so much to him that you've called in to say something about him. So thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome, and I can't even imagine what it's going to be like not to see him or hear his voice when he gets all wound up. You know?
Yeah. We're going to miss it. That's for sure.
I can't even
Big
describe
hugs to
how
all
much.
Thanks, Ryan.
Take care, guys.
You know, you hit it, Eric, that it's, you know, we've been on for hours doing our work, but it's starting to seep in, and it comes in waves, doesn't it? The idea of what has really happened here.
It does. I feel so bad for his wife and his kids who I've known for so long, and just, you know, I don't know what to say. He's been such a great friend for so many years. He's been a friend to our audience. I can't begin to say how we're going to feel this loss for a long, long time.
Yeah, I think we're still processing it, and it's going to take a long time for us, and we know that we can't replace Sam Rubin, and I honestly don't know what the next steps are and how one handles this, but we'll put one foot in front of the other.
I'm thinking about the fragility of life.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to get too cheesy, but he was here yesterday.
Yes, he was.
And so you have people in your life, I hope you appreciate them and tell them how much you love them, because honestly, this reminds you that you never know.
Well said. We want to leave you, before we hand this over to our colleagues, with just one more look at our 30th anniversary special and how we all remembered Sam in that show.
Sam Rubin, ladies and gentlemen.
I live in this moment right now with you, Sam.
Oh.
Nice to see.
This is how I'm meant to live. Could I do backup for you guys?
I think you got a little work to do, bro.
I love Sam Rubin so much.
Sam's the greatest.
Sam is the most talented entertainment reporter and anchor I've ever met.
I've kind of always wanted to do this. So when I first got on the morning news, I was like, I can't believe I'm sitting here, and I hope I can sit here for a long time. Kermit, what I thought was very magnanimous of you.
But I certainly like using the word magnanimous.
Yes, all right.
It's such a big word.
Magnanimous.
Magnanimous.
Look at you. You think you somebody with your little glasses. I see you.
Don't you like
you
it,
think you
Harley?
sexy.
No, I haven't.
I'll say this isn't without vanity, but it probably is. I thought, oh my gosh, you know, everybody's going to watch, everybody's going to see me, and maybe 2 weeks in, I realized nobody's watching. My mother would watch for 1 hour a day, and her great review was, 1 hour a day, it's all I can take. I figured this was not going well. And they brought a new executive producer in, a guy named Joel Tater. You're all going to get fired anyway, so you should just do whatever you want.
Sam, you forgot your microphone again. How appropriate.
And we were just...
And that was the most important lesson.
I'm very nervous. We're going to try to get in to the Channel 2 newsroom.
The very first Sam mug.
We do not put on these ridiculous shorts and run around for our health. You know, and this was a slow build, but it became increasingly clear that the people, you know, we cover as an entertainment reporter watch the show.
Hi, family.
Hi, nice to see you, family.
It's in our bed every morning.
My grandmother's here. She loves you. You have given me brownie points for the rest of my life.
KTLA. Best entertainment coverage on the red carpet, KTLA.
Very good. Wow. Let go. Let go, Sam.
Think about over the years how many people have come into KTLA because of Sam, to be interviewed by Sam.
Enjoy the day. Thanks so much. Good to see you. Thank you.
Taylor Swift playing her Taylor.
I think one of Sam's greatest strengths is Sam has a way of talking to people without them really even knowing he's talking to them.
Is it shampoo and conditioner or just shampoo? What is the hair regimen, Jared? Good morning to you.
Well, you know, my friend, it's a toupee.
Sam's the man. He's a brilliant guy, and he deserves every accolade that he receives.
Our 6 a.m. show is 100% better because of Sam Rubin.
I do the 6 a.m. news as a personal favor
Right.
to Megan and Chris.
Personal favor.
I'm not even supposed to be on it.
For having done this job